Of course, right?
One. Hello there, everybody, and welcome back to Next Verse. This is Season 4, Week 6, and I'm your host, Captain Cardone. Joining me today is Romo. How's it going, Romo?
I am good, Captain. Thank you for having me back.
Yeah, of course, man. It was fun having you on last time, so of course we're going to have you back. Um, again, sorry, I was trying to read something and talk at the same time. It wasn't working out for me. Yeah, I'd love to have you back. So we actually already have a draft. I just have to tell the teams that we're ready, and then we're good to go. So yeah, we're gonna be wow. We're jumping right into it this week. So for those of you that don't know, don't remember, don't care, this is week 6, which means it's the final week that everyone is welcome to join our tournament. Next week will be the finals, and actually, if as you can see above, we have a lot of money for the finals, and somebody actually sent me the payout numbers, and I closed that. It's a lot. It's like $300 and something dollars for the
Ooh,
winners, and like $131 for the second place.
that is definitely something. Add like a real sweet. I think a lot of these guys do it for love of the game, by all means. But I think that just makes it even that much sweeter because that's a nice chunk of change for a team.
Oh yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. And actually, one of the teams that we're going to be watching right off the bat is going to be a team that, if they do well this week, they'll be in the finals. And another team who asked if we could get streamed, I told them no because we already had one, and it turns out it's them. I am so sorry, guys. I'm going to contact them right now because I feel bad.
OG Reapers and RFS.
Yeah,
Uh,
I feel bad because
it's all good.
I told them we already had one.
The guys over at Outcast Gaming, I know a bunch of them. I help out with a bunch of things. They're all really great sports, and I'm sure they understand. And I'm sure they'll just be happy to be streamed anyway.
Oh
So,
yeah, I mean that's I talked to their manager a lot. Um, whoops, I talked to their manager a lot. Just because it's the heroes community, we're all talking to each other and communicating and making sure everyone has what they need and all the everything that's going on. And their teams are always like I think I've had one player on one of their teams where I was like, hey dude, you need to chill a little, but that's it. And for how many teams they have like 4. That's fantastic.
it really is, especially like at the amateur level where it can be so hard to like get and put together one team that shows up every week. You have someone put in 2, 3, 4 teams together, and they're active in the scene as far as tournaments and everything goes. It's just like a really strong, positive presence, and really says to people that hey, you can do this too. So, Outcast Gamers, I'm definitely looking forward to seeing more of them.
Yep, and we're jumping into the brackets right now. It is the first teams that we're watching rather are RFS versus OG Reapers.
RFS, always a treat to watch.
That is indeed true. So OG Reapers gets first ban, and so far it looks like they don't like Illidan.
On Tomb of the Spider Queen, yeah, I mean Illidan's just an all-around safe ban. I feel like with the current revisions and everything going on, Illidan's in a great place. And if you particularly if you have someone on the other team that plays a good melee assassin, or they just draft to support him well, in the sense that you pick up a Rhaegar Tass. Literally, you throw a tank and maybe a range on top of that. It doesn't even matter what those two spots are. Illidan with the right support is going to be a force to be reckoned with any team, and something I think a lot of people would rather not deal with.
That's exactly true. I agree with you 100%. RFS going to ban out Tyrande. Don't want OG Reapers to get that big stun comp off. That can be brutal going up against. I understand completely why they would not want to deal with that.
Yeah, and Tyrande, I mean, and here they go taking the Zag. So you have that like double-edged sword with the Tyrande between the vision and the stun potential. She just like automatically like locks out a lot of compositions and things you might have wanted to do. Zag does give you the vision, obviously not quite the same on the same utility level as Tyrande, but vision on this map is really strong. So definitely a good pick.
Yeah, it is very strong. You're right about that. We'll see how that works out for everybody here. Of course, Zagara's kind of fallen by the wayside, and the problem with OG Reapers picking up Zagara first is RFS just got double trouble with KT and Thrall, who Tempo Storm says are tier S. And for those of you that don't keep track of tiers, tier S means tier 1 is like, these are amazing. Tier S is better than that. Yeah.
It's hard to put into words, it really is, because tier 1 already include a lot of your carry heroes. You draft them in a game, you could carry the team, but tier S is those kind of here where you get in both of them on the same team. It's a force to be reckoned with, to put it lightly.
Definitely. And I mean, it's very, very strong is what it comes down to. Yeah, so it's just one of those things where Thrall and KT right now are in great places, and there's not a whole lot of counters to them. So we'll see what OG Reapers can do. They picked up the Zul. That'll help against Thrall for sure. Him not being able to move hurts him significantly. He's one of those flank heroes who comes in, deals damage on the side, and then cleans up. So we'll see what else they pick. They're running through their time pool pretty fast though.
Yeah, I mean, you really you double down on the specialists. Granted, these are certainly two specialists that deal a lot of damage, both in a team fight scenario. Zagara, really strong laner up against Thrall, so you can use Zul in the rotation. So it's definitely, I could definitely see them though taking a second and saying, hey, where are we going to get that burst potential, that burst to like even out two very, very strong heroes on the other side. So looks like they're going to go with Johanna. Also a good pick, being that she can kind of take that damage in a lot of ways, but it's maybe after having run through so much time, I'm not sure if that might hurt them later on down the line.
I definitely could. So it's the not having a time pool hurts. That means that their last two picks in their band, they have to know exactly who they're going for. They don't have time to discuss counter picks. They don't really have time to do any of that. They just have to know who they're getting, and that's it. So that could hurt, but RFS is going through some of their time too, so it makes sense. The Johanna pick here, it's okay. I would have preferred them pick up Muradin, because Muradin has a more consistent stun. They need it against KT and Thrall.
Yeah, I think you could also run the potential with a little either chain locking the stun, or the chain locking the stun in the root between Zul and a Muradin. And Muradin's stun is something that is like, it's a true stun, whereas Johanna's W isn't quite as, it's more like an interrupt stun. She doesn't really have Blessed Shield, but then you're dropping your ult not that you shouldn't drop your ult to secure kills, but not quite at the same availability as Muradin's.
Right, and this is basically the problem with Johanna in general. She's a great tank. Her problem is she can only initiate a team fight once every 60 seconds.
Yeah, that's actually a really strong critique of her.
Like that's her biggest issue. Muradin does not have that problem at all. He can initiate a fight like every 12 seconds. I don't remember what his hammer is.
Dive to the back line.
It's very short cooldown compared to 60 seconds.
This is for sure. So they're going to pick up a Sylvanas and an Uther.
I like this.
They're really forming up a tough comp on this map. The only, I think, criticism we could say that would help Reapers in this is that they're going to have Zagara. So Zagara effectively creeps bottom and mid and that one bottom turn in, and pretty much for all intents and purposes eliminates that from being a place to turn in. You can have your top rotation from top to mid lane, and then goaltend and block the top. It's going to really come down to like getting that creep down and utilizing it. Granted, in the same note, KT can clear that creep pretty effectively, and Thrall's going to be a force to be reckoned with solo laning against her. But Sylvanas, the split poke potential with the spiders, Uther followed by ETC, that's shaping up to be a really strong comp. On the other side, they picked up Jaina and Rhaegar.
Yeah, so I like how RFS waited to take their tank because they knew OG Reapers was not going to take another one. They have Johanna. They're like the only other possible one is somebody weird like Ethereal or somebody that's not really tanky, more of a support character. So they said, all right, we'll take Sylvanas and Uther because we have our run of the tanks. You pick JoJo, we can pick whoever we want. What surprises me is that they picked ETC. ETC can make huge plays, don't get me wrong, but that's it. That's all he has. He has the one huge play, and then he has nothing.
Yeah, he really kind of a lot like so much of his value. I'd probably say it's fair to say 50% of his value is in that mosh pit. And if you're having trouble either executing that or they're interrupting it, especially against Joe, I mean, you do have the Divine Shield to follow it up, but now you're having two parts to pull off that massive play. And if you can shut that down, I mean, he is a tank that can be focused compared to some other tanks, and he just kind of, I mean, he can be a very difficult hero to play, I think, and utilize to the full max, get that max value out of him. So I suppose we'll see. I mean, they seem to take him pretty quickly though, so I think they might very much feel pretty confident in it.
Yep, I'm getting yard at in chat. Sorry. I don't know why, but I am. Thanks, Nesper. RFS is a silly bunch, that's for sure. Silly bunch of scalawags. Yeah, so we're getting in, as you can tell, we're getting into the lobby here, so we'll be going in just a minute. But yeah, it's kind of a weird. Both teams kind of have a weird team comp, and both of them drafted differently than what would be expected, mainly because OG Venom, or not OG Venom, I'm sorry, OG Reaper. They have so many teams. OG
Yeah.
Reapers picked up Johanna right away and opted to let RFS get KT and Thrall, which is a very strong combo, not including the fact that individually they are amazingly strong as well. So they opted to do that, and then they picked up Johanna instead of Muradin, who I think would have helped them out a little more. And then RFS ignored Muradin altogether and picked up ETC. Now, part of that is RFS might be looking at future qualifiers and saying, okay, if we get banned out of a Johanna or a Muradin, what do we do? What's the plan then? How do we move forward from that? And that's a good point. This is a good time. Amateur tournaments are great times to practice strategies like that. So it makes sense of them to say, hey, let's test this ETC on a small map. Let's see what happens. So they'll probably go mosh pit, not stage dive, I imagine. Especially since on the other side, they have Zagara Maw and a stun from Johanna. That's it. There are only two things that stop ETC.
Well, I mean, the Joanna does. I mean, with the D, the fact that if you really, I mean, it's not that it's mechanically easy to pull this off, but usually there's that slight wind up with Mosh Pit, and he usually does it. You can kind of sense it, like, you know, when you're playing and you're like, oh, spread out, because here comes the power slide followed by the mosh pit. So if her D is up or she saves the D, it does make her unstoppable. So it kind of does add a little bit of like, can make it a little trickier on ETC's part, because if he does pop it and does initiate it and she has her unstoppable up, she W's and then it ends it. So it can be a little tricky, but then again, it's going to come down to, you know, Uther's Divine Shield can help counter that if he does see that she's in mosh pit, but she's not moshing, you know. So it's going to be interesting to see, I think. I do realize something, though. That initial Illidan ban with Nesper on RFS, I didn't put two and two together during the draft, but that was an 100% respect band, because Nesper is a force to be reckoned with on Illidan.
Well, not only that, that's not the thing. I mean, yes, you're right. You are completely correct about that. But the other part is, it's not that he's a force to be reckoned with. It's that he does not care. He will dive like, oh, it's 1v5. Let's do this. I don't mind. And he will win in the sense, like, he'll die, but he will take out two or three of you before it happens. So
Yeah.
it is very much a respect ban, but it's also we don't want to have to deal with the craziness that follows Nesper playing Illidan. Please don't give us that. It's not fun. So
That's definitely a fair assessment. And listen, as Illidan, I was watching one of the Naventic guys stream the other day, and he's playing Illidan, and he's taking two guys down at every shrine on Infernal Shrines, and he's going, "That's fine by me. I killed two for me. Everybody blew their abilities trying to kill me, and now it's a 4v3. The rest of my team can clean that up,
yep.
so it's certainly a force to be reckoned with when you have those Illidan players that go in and make sure it costs the other team.
Yeah, it definitely is. And as you can hear, we are getting into the game. So let's watch some heroes action while I change my my names. Oh, and RFS is already on the correct side. I must have casted them last week. Gotta love that, man. Thanks, team. You guys are the best. Don't know how that happened, but I'll take it. I'm okay with that. Does not bother me in the slightest. So this is gonna be awesome. I'm so excited for this. You have no idea. This week, this season, I just want to say this for everyone watching this. You guys are amazing. We have $437 going into our prize pool for this season, and most of that is from you guys. I donated a little bit. I know some of the admins donated a little bit, but for the most part, this was you guys. I know 40 Hands put in like $100. I think they're crazy like that, which crazy in a good way. I'm not saying it's bad. I'm just saying you're crazy. Love from 40 Hands, $100. Holy crap! If you guys want to help out with that, you can put in a free dollar by putting ! Matcherino into the chat. It'll give you a link. Code word is NextVerse. Put that in. It gives us a free dollar to give to the teams, and they love you for it. And so do we. And we'll give you a shout out, because why not? But let's talk about these teams here, shall we? So we have a bit of a roster shuffle on RFS side, with Sleepy Bear playing Sylvanas, Ethics playing whatever healer they picked up. I think it was Uther, but I can't tell between everyone. Needham on KT, Percival playing ETC, and Nesper, their newer guy, filling in for Lord Satan today. He is playing that Thrall.
And for OG Reapers, we have SS Radius on Jaina, Carbon Elite playing Zool, Grand Paladin on Joe, Silent Fury on Zag in the bottom lane, and Riken on Rhaegar.
Apparently Nesper is being bad. Somehow, interneting. All right, somehow that doesn't surprise me. That's the wrong button. I was trying to go to us. There's us. Tech stuff. It happens. I know we have a storm here, so if he's anywhere near Tennessee, that can be bad. I know one of our admins was like, "Hey, it's about to storm. Can somebody deal with this real quick?" It's not just this. How many times will he not feed his hamster before the match until he learns? I don't know. He had to get a McFlurry. That's a good one. Man. I like that. Apparently, he had to go get a McFlurry. I don't blame him. I love McFlurries, even though it's just vanilla ice cream with M&Ms in it. It's still hard to get better than that.
Marketing trick of the last.
I know it is. It is the cheapest things you could possibly imagine, but it's like $4 for a small. I don't know how everyone buys them.
It's true though, man. All right, so
Carbon Elite in a lot of trouble there. He is not going to make it out, and RFS Ethics possibly going down too. Percival, what amazing body blocks, and Needham doing it too. But a Frostbolt comes out of nowhere, just destroys him. But Jaina's not getting away without vengeance.
Yeah. Oh, that's quite a little exchange there. Usually see people getting that first wave and then moving on, but costing people on both sides of the both teams there a little bit. But they are going to get started with the rotations here anyway. It looks like. Slowly but surely, I guess, as everybody's coming back up. And Zag and Thrall in the bottom lane, that should be a treat to watch as the game progresses.
Yeah, so this is one of those that Zagara should be able to bully Thrall off, but Thrall has so much sustain that it's kind of hard to do. And I would like to point out that Zagara's creep here is phenomenal. She's got it Silent Fury has it staggered all over the place. It's very difficult to tell where the creep is here. He needs to put down a couple more just to make sure that he's good, and Nesper needs to not walk into a bunch of banelings right now because he will die. But other than that, this is amazing right here.
That is a really substantial, a lot of times with creep, you see guys like kind of trying to like hit like strategic spots by the turn in or something. He really just straight off the bat started laying it out. Oh, it does look like they're going to catch him as ETC rotates down for the gank, but he really has it well out. And you're absolutely right. If you're not seeing where those creep tumors are, you're not going to really have any idea where it starts and begins, and that can be so frustrating as an opposing player.
Yeah, because you just have to start on one end and guess at where they are and destroy them as you go and hope for the best. And that's the most frustrating thing about Zagara. Now, I love this. They moved Zool down. This was genius. They killed Zagara, and most people would just be like, all right, we'll just wait until Zagara gets back. Nope, just Zool, you're a good solo laner. Go down there. We'll swap you out later. Don't worry about it. Silent Fear is back, putting down creep. They're just going to swap. I love it.
That was a great cover for the lane, and you have two duo solo laners there, so you really do have that kind of added strength. One guy pops down there, and it's like you're never missing a beat with the pressure on Thrall, which is important because he will have your lane pushed back real quick and be adding poke onto the towers and everything. So,
yep, that is true. This is Thrall going down. Zagara finally taking it to him, and wow, low on health, but managed to do it. And now, like, Percival has to come down on ETC. That is not the best solo laner against Zagara. She will bully the crap out of him. He has some sustain with his E ability there that I've forgotten the name of, but that's...
yeah, it is. I mean, he can catch you out and move you around like that, which isn't bad. If
Silent Fury's dead.
Yeah, exactly. As the rotation came down, so it was a well-timed power slide and everything. But he will need the help, and it does remove them. While Sylve is also a great at clearing waves herself, it does kind of trip you up with the rotation in a lot of ways. So I guess we'll see if that kind of maybe costs them down the line, or if they maybe pick a gank on Sylve.
Yeah, I don't know. I do want to point out that we are seeing Needham take Mana Addict at level 1, which honestly has not been... So before, when Mana Addict only gave you extra mana, people took it all the time. Now that it doesn't, now that it also gives you your shield, people don't tend to take it that often.
Yeah, that's actually really interesting. Usually we're seeing the Verdant Spheres boost, even despite the nerf, or people taking a Flame Strike poke build now that it's been nerfed to 4%. That is an actually really interesting first talent choice for KT there. I guess maybe he feels a little like he might need that shield down the line or something, or I'm not really 100% sure.
Well, part of it is that he's on a very small map. He's going to get that shield. A lot of big maps, there's a chance that you don't. If the other team is very aggressive, you may not get that shield ever in the entire game, just because they can aggressively bully you off the lane and make sure you don't get it. So in a map like this, he's pretty much guaranteed to get enough stacks to get that shield. I think it's like 25, if I recall correctly.
They might have dropped it to 20, I think, in the most recent patch, or yeah, it's 25 to 20.
It's up there, it's up there. And in some games, you can not get 20. Like, it's certainly possible. But meanwhile, they do have the Web Weavers. Percival diving in under towers, taking some hits to try and get a kill, but it's not really working out for him.
Yeah, and here is going to be an interesting... We have the Chain Bomb spreading from Zool to Rhaegar, and this is really going to be their biggest concern, is KT putting that Chain Bomb on you and then you getting out. Because a lot of the fighting on this map does kind of happen right under the towers or right under the forts, where people kind of end up a little more bunched up than they would like, I think. So we're going to see how they deal with that as the game progresses, but it's certainly going to be an issue when you're pulling someone either off the front line or a tank more forward, away from the back line, so that they aren't spreading that around.
Yeah, and Sleepy Bear, man, this guy on Sylvanas is scary. He has been constantly right up next to his enemies like staying alive. He knows when to throw out his Haunting Wave. He knows when to jump to it. He understands all of that. Zagara apparently doesn't know when to back off. Nesper taking her down in the bottom lane.
That's going to really cost you, because he's actually going to... He has the lane pushed so far up, he's going to freeze out that minion XP for this wave, and maybe even for the coming wave, depending on what time Zaya gets there. It looks like Zool might try to get down there. Maybe
it's not worth it. No, he just needs to clean up. Honestly, you can just let that fort die. It's not great. It's not ideal, because they just took top fort, but they have 10. Thrall can 1v1 a Zool right now, because one Sunder and Zool is just dead. Like, it doesn't matter. It's not going to make a difference.
Yeah, the ultimate advantage is going to be they really capitalize prioritizing structures with that spider wave, with the spiders there getting the OBJ. And if you watch how they did that, it was kind of like they would get maybe 7, 8, 9 gems. One person would turn in during the rotation. Everybody would go down to the lane. Then he would catch up with them, either going back up or while if they were taking a while down with that minion wave. So it
Jeez.
was really really effective in turning in like kind of in a discreet fashion, but consistently and not stopping.
Yep. Yeah, and ethics up here. Just hey, Joanna, I see you're turning in there. Let me assist you. Oh, I'm sorry. I love it.
Yeah,
I love it.
yeah, definitely. Uther can be quite the hassle between his W and the E. I mean, he's really, I think, he kind of like fell out of the meta a little bit in NA to some extent. I mean, obviously Rhaegar became really strong, and I don't know. I guess maybe we just don't see him as often as we'd like, but I really enjoy watching Uther play. He's just such
Yeah.
an all-around
Well,
good killer.
he is a very cigar going down once again. We actually caught the tail end of that one. Asunder had to be used for it, but it guaranteed a death.
And it's another minion wave not soaked, and that's when you're down XP. That's important. And slowly, they're working away the creep too. So she's really gonna lose her edge in that, just in general between the XP and the vision.
Yeah, so I'm wondering if Percival heard what I was saying earlier and took stage dive just to spite me.
It's possible.
It's certainly possible.
Or they thought with Joe, maybe they're not gonna get the value out of it. They
Well,
thought.
it's not Joe they need to worry about, to be honest, because it's while yes, she can make herself unstoppable and all that. She's kind of your target. You want to make sure you're hitting her when it's bad for her. It's Zagara you have to worry about who has that Maw, but Maw's on 120-second cooldown, so if you can make them burn it early, Mosh Pit's going off. But
Yeah,
stage dive, you know what? I'm glad we're seeing stage dive though. I gotta say, it got a buff. It's interesting. It does more now. It'll be interesting to see how it works out.
Yeah, and it definitely has a little bit more value, obviously, on the larger maps with the global presence and everything. But
Yeah.
I think it's just as much, can be just as effective, especially on a map like this, where you have a boss, you kind of have the 3 lanes pushing when the other team has the objective. So the mobility is definitely something that is appreciated in a lot of ways. So, I mean, just like now, he's down in the bottom lane cleaning up, and he can come up to this team fight almost instantly. And that's definitely going to be a card
Yep.
that's probably played.
Yeah, anytime he needs to, he can jump up for sure. But honestly, he doesn't need to. Like RFS up here, 4v5 is doing well. They're holding their own. They're at mostly full health, mostly full mana. Yeah, they don't care, and those chain bombs are just popping off.
Yeah, it's just such a difficult thing. It's almost, I feel like, as a team playing against, I would be practicing against just KT and just practicing our position with Chainbound because everything you learn about position, it can really throw you off. They did have their ultimates there, but our RFS had picked up 13, so they still had the talent tier advantage. It looks like they're going to go for a boss here.
They
right?
are. They're waiting on OG Reapers to
Yeah.
come down here and kill this so that they can get a boss. They're just waiting. They're like, come on, guys, hurry it up.
Which
We
is
want
really
to take this
clever.
boss.
Really clever move on their part, knowing that it was the bottom lane spider that was the last one they had to kill. So they're rotating as a team.
Yep.
If we wait here on it, we'll have it burned down by the time they even pick up that we're bossing. So really smart move on RFS's part.
That's true. And as a side note to that, ETC was down here keeping track of the turn-in so that they couldn't turn in either. He knew what was going on. He was aware, and he has that global presence now, so he doesn't have to worry about it.
Yeah, and I think we're really seeing that the utility out of the stage dive is ETC is kind of saying, hey, I can do whatever I need to do, while our 4-man, which is a strong 4-man, no doubt about it, can do what they need to do. And if anything happens in that in that incident, I can be there instantly. So really interesting call, and I think overall a smart one taking the stage dive actually.
Yeah, I agree. Man, this is interesting. Boss, there's a chance that it gets core damage here if RFS pushes up. I don't see him yeah, they're going to back off. Okay, cool. I was a little concerned they were actually going to try and push to get some core damage on, but it's not worth it.
Not with the web weavers coming down. You kind of, that's one thing I think can really even out. When you get your web weavers, if you can prioritize a couple structures or even all the gates or something, you can close maybe a level or 2 in XP. You throw a pick in there, and now you have a fort. So I think it's better to take care of those while you don't have the pressure of the team, while they're dealing with the boss. And they had the first spider right away, being their wave was pushed up into.
Oh no, Nesper, no!
Oh, and the stage dive comes down to help give Nesper some protection there, and they do get Jaina. Are they going to? The Ancestral comes out on Zool. They are not going to get... Oh, maybe? The Maw comes out. A solid Maw by Silent Fury there.
Yeah.
And we are... Oh, man. Close.
That's a lot of damage.
There's a lot.
Just coming out. It's so much. KT is in such a good place right now. He is the king of the mages. Not a care in the world. I'm sure he has enough stacks right now to do his arcane barrier if he wants it.
Yeah,
it's crazy.
Yeah, I got a little caught up there. I wasn't exactly sure who Chain Bomb might have finished off, and I was trying to figure out who would go
Well,
first.
it's hard to tell because I think it actually started on Johanna because it didn't spread to her.
Oh, okay, yeah. So that's and then as they kind of spread out, unfortunately, Zag got caught in it. I mean, she did get them all first, which was important, but that chain bomb can be just so devastating. And really, what might have been a more even engage, or possibly, I mean, Sleepy Bear walked away, Sylvanas walked away with a hair of health left. I mean, they might have been able to finish that kill or even had a more even team fight. But I feel like that chain bomb really disrupted their positioning all around, and ultimately dealt a lot of damage to them.
Yeah, it did. It sure did. And it definitely disrupted their positioning. You're right about that. That's kind of what, like, KT, everyone sees him as a damage dealer, but he's so much more than that because he has those disrupts. He has that, hey, you don't want to be standing there because if you're standing there, you're in trouble. And he does so much zoning. But you know what else does zoning and murdering? Apparently Asunder.
This is true. I mean, Sunder, that little, I call it like a baby nerf to 0.25 seconds, and sure, it'll make it some sort of, it won't let the team get 2 kills when he Sunders, but Thrall's going to find his target and finish him off.
Yep.
No ifs, ands, buts about it.
And this Sylvanas is doing so much work. Here comes the stage dive. They're going to get at least 1, yes, 2, maybe 3. Yeah, 3's coming in. If Need Him is picking up 4. Jaina's going to come back to life, but what can she do? GG's are called. This is it.
Yeah, that was really well executed. And on Reaper's part, though, they did have the counter to it to some extent. The Divine Shield out on Thrall.
I don't know if you saw that, but Thrall got Ring of Frosted, and then immediately cleansed, and he decided to just keep standing there in the blizzard. He just didn't move.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if it caught him. I guess the cleanse followed so quickly that I didn't quite catch that it all happened.
Yeah, it caught him, and then he got cleansed. He was just like, whatever, I'll just wait. And it's like, dude, you can move. Nesper, you can move now, buddy. No, okay, hey, whatever you want. If you like the snow, I get it.
Yeah, for sure.
That was a good game though. It was fun. RFS obviously have some advantages there when it comes to everything. I mean, they're a strong team. We've seen them consistently do well in Heroes of the Storm. So, all right, I get it. But OG Reapers, I keep wanting to say Venom. I'm so sorry, guys. If you guys would please get more teams so I can mess up more often, that would be fantastic. But in the meantime, thanks for playing. Thanks for coming out. We always appreciate seeing you guys. And to everyone watching, man, thank you guys for coming out. 140 of you right now, according to this thing. I don't know. It could be wrong. Odds are good that it is wrong. Let's face it. Twitch doesn't do the best of making sure everything works correctly. They do a good job, but it is what it is.
This is true. Twitch can be a little hit or miss at times. I would like to welcome anyone who might be coming after the qualifier.
Yes.
From Inverum stream. I believe that just wrapped up.
Yep, he's in chat.
Oh, hey, Inverum.
Yep. He's talking to everybody. Apparently
okay,
he's
cool.
tired.
I can imagine, right?
Yeah.
Why would
I
you be tired?
can't blame him for that. I don't understand. I don't get it. So we're going to jump into the next game in just a second. I know Stubborn Mule and the Gentleman are about to play.
The Gentleman, always a treat to watch them, too.
Yes.
I mean, definitely, now that I'm getting to know some of these teams, there's some particular ones I really look forward to when I hear their names or see them in the brackets, and I'm like, oh, nice, because you get to watch these teams develop from, completely, barely knowing each other to these fully functioning, really, pro-am teams. And I think RFS is probably the strongest example of that, but there's plenty of teams that are on that road. So it's always a treat every week to watch them develop and watch week to week where one thing might have been holding them back or not execute as effectively, and then the problem solved or whatever the following week.
Yeah, yep, that's true. And we've seen the gentlemen, especially. You mentioned RFS, but the gentlemen as well. We've seen them here. They've been here for a while, not always under that name, sometimes under different names. But most of their players have been around for a while now. And you're right. We have seen them play and seen them change their tactics, their styles, seen them grow, and that to me is awesome because I have an ARAM team and we don't do that. And it's a problem, but these guys, they do it and it's fantastic, and that's how you get better at it.
For sure. And this is something, oh man, I'm gonna forget the name, but someone imparted wisdom on me, and much wiser than anything I can say. And so it's like, hey, if you wake up today and say, I'm gonna do one thing better than I did yesterday, like I'm not gonna die at the watchtower on when the game starts.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, hey, listen, that's
I know it's a thing. I know.
Okay, maybe not the best example for competitive play, but
yeah.
For the individuals out there who might be new to the game, and you don't do that, right? Maybe you poke a little bit and back off and say, I can get the watchtower in 30 seconds when no one's there, or whatever, something like that. And now you say, or I'm not going to spread my chain bomb when it's cast on me, and then you do that. You'll get better. Obviously, for these teams, it's a lot more. The stakes are definitely a lot higher, and they're definitely trying to worry about whether their rotations are on point and their wave clear and map awareness, all these things, the aspects that make competitive play so enjoyable to watch, or that's what they work on. But
right.
Week to week, I think we really do see these teams, and the gentleman's a great example of someone who's well on that road to really solidifying themselves as they're already a great team, but I think they're on the road to excellence slowly but surely. So,
yeah, and you're right. I agree with you there. I apparently have a draft link in this. Sweet, cool. I'm gonna send it to you in just a second as soon as I get there. Okay, good. This is the right one. Sometimes they send us their draft links, like they want us to draft for them. I feel like that's a bad plan.
Yeah, don't click anything.
Yeah, sometimes I want to just to be like, hey, learn your lesson. You by the way, you get Gaslow, first pick Gaslow. Have fun. Yeah, it's just kind of one of those things. But most teams, I got to give a shout out to these guys. They're always good about doing the right thing and sending us draft links and making sure we're ready, and we love that. Same with the admins. You guys behind the scenes are always working hard, getting everything done that you need to get done, and it makes my job so much easier dealing with production and casting and Twitch chat because they're going to harass me at some point tonight. Look, we know it's going to happen. I'm just stating. Twitch. Yeah, it would not be Twitch if there was not some kind of harassment of the casters going on. And that's okay, because I enjoy it, and I get to make fun of you guys when you misspell things. That's what it comes down to. It's kind of an even playing field then, so...
Yeah, no, that's a great point though, because like we are whatever the face of it, and then there's the teams playing and stuff. But even I feel like watching it, there can be a touch of a disconnect between watching the guys play. I mean, you don't think these are 10 guys home on their own computers. All this is coming together. Like we're just like a very small part of this. So definitely shout out to everybody that puts us together. The teams are showing up. Teams are being so professional about everything and making sure because every time I participate in a tournament, I'm like reading the rules over and over again. Like, do I seed or do I pick or So really props on everybody else who makes this an awesome thing every week. I'm really glad to be a very small part of it.
Yeah, and it's fantastic. You said it exactly. I could not say it better than you, I guess.
Kat, I was just following up your awesome point, bro. I'm following your lead on all of this, really.
Yeah. So, meanwhile, if you guys want to get involved and help out, remember, you can go to Matcherino and help out. Give us free money. It costs you nothing. You put an exclamation point Matcherino in the Twitch chat, and then when you get there, to hit donate and put in the code word NextVerse, and it gives us $1 that goes towards our prize pool. We are currently at $437, and that gets split 70-30 between first place and second place. Next in 2 weeks at the finals, by the way, next week we're off. Apparently it's Mother's Day. People have family. It's a holiday, so we're not doing next week. We're gonna let the players call their moms and then try to explain to them what they're doing for money. Good luck, guys. Good luck. But
Games?
yeah, exactly. I tried to explain to my parents like what I'm doing here, and they were just like, "Yeah, that's nice. That thing, the words that you're saying." And I was like, "All right, I get on the internet and people look at me and I commentate on a sport." Like they're like,
Yeah.
"Oh, okay, I understand that." And I'm like, "But I just said the same thing with video games and you didn't get it."
Yeah, no, I think the strong suit to play, at least for me, was a few weeks ago when Heroes of the Dorm was on ESPN. I was
Yes.
like, ESPN, and it's like, oh, so this is maybe a little ESPN too. Okay, so it's a little bit of legitimate.
Yeah.
It's like, yes, a little bit legitimate. We're getting there slowly but surely. It is quite the thing to explain to especially parents, particularly.
Yeah, that's it. It can cause issues sometimes, but that's okay. They're supportive even if they have no idea what I'm talking about.
That
So
is true.
that's what matters.
So for Mother's Day, get your mom's a card. Get whoever that is in your life a card for sure.
Give them a call. Let them
Yeah.
know that you care. And I don't know why we're giving out advice about Mother's Day, but we are. That's what this has turned into, apparently. I feel like I have other things to sell to you guys, but that's okay. So anyway, let's tell a couple of things. First of all, I already did Maturino. Second of all, this week is filled with tournaments. So if you guys want to get involved, please do. We don't have our links for our next season quite yet. As soon as those are done, I'll let you know. But there's Heroes Hype on Wednesday. There's NexARAMas. That's our ARAM tournament here on Thursday. There's Divergent Gaming on Friday. And then on Saturday. Oh, yeah. Actually, on Saturday, there is one. It is 2 seconds. I have this information. There's a new tournament coming. FYI, everyone, if you're like, why doesn't anyone do stuff on Saturdays? People do. Saturday is going to be the Rockjaw tournament by a company named Rockjaw. They have a website. I will find that in just a second. I wish I'd have thought about this earlier. Rockjaw Gaming. That's ROCKJAW Gaming.weebly.com. And it'll take you to their website. I think everything is set up fine. They have Hearthstone tournaments, HOTS tournaments. Sign up now. Okay, they have a sweet. It's called Rockjaw's Nova Storm, Season 1, Week 1. And that is going to be on Saturday, May 7th, starting at 6 p.m. Central Time. So there is a new tournament coming on Saturdays. I've been in contact with their director, with their, I don't know, organizer, whatever you want to call him. It turns out I'm running all the casting for that too. So I think I'm up to 6 tournaments that I run all the casting for. Yeah, so
Never-ending list for you, Captain.
seriously, if you ever need casters, just get a hold of me. I got them. They're overflowing at this point. So I'm gonna put this in the chat real quick. Hopefully, I can do that. So if you want to get involved in the Rockjaw tournament, they're new. You can check that out. I'm hoping it's been 2 minutes since I started that. Probably not. So you'll figure it out in a few seconds. Yeah, so go get involved in that. And then Sunday, of course, we're back, or we're not back because it's Mother's Day. We're taking a week off. So there are tournaments all over the place. Just be prepared for that. And we have a draft link. Unfortunately, one of the teams decided that they were going to play a quick match because they had a bye. They're kind of burning through their time.
Yeah, I was thinking that myself.
Yeah, I was told they were, like 10 minutes ago, I was told they're 18 minutes in, so that should be ending any time now. Sorry about the delay, team. But we're going to get all done.
Just real quick with the Rockjaw guys, if anyone isn't familiar, I believe they've been running Hearthstone tournaments for a few months now, maybe?
Yeah, I think so too.
Yeah, so it's not like some fly-by-night thing or anything. Like I definitely recommend being involved with any of those tournaments you find on Battlefly are part of the backbone that makes up the amateur scene. So get involved in whatever way you feel comfortable, whether it's 4 or 5 friends that you want to play with, or casting, or in whatever role. But I definitely encourage using to keep track of that. Battlefly is a great site to do that, and to find maybe a place for yourself, whether it's niche or more universal, but to be involved with the amateur scene, because it's a strong one and it's growing, and
Yep.
the more people here, the stronger it'll get, and that's how you grow. So
Yep, that's exactly right. That's exactly right. So come on, team, be done with your draft or with your stuff so we can get into the draft. Um, Meanwhile, we might as well shell ourselves while we're shelling things. I'm Captain Cardone. You can find me on Twitter at Captain Cardone. Feel free to send me a tweet, send me a message, whatever. You can also find me on Twitch, twitch.tv/Captain Cardone. I don't stream that much anymore. I used to a lot, and I did YouTube for a couple of years. Turns out, like, working on movies, not so fun. I prefer to do stuff live. It's more entertaining for me, because when I mess up, I can just laugh at myself, and everyone else can too. So that's just kind of the way of things, I guess. But Romo, where can everyone find you?
you can find me on Twitter at DC_Romo. Also on Twitch at twitch.tv/RomoDC. I'm streaming somewhat regularly. I don't really have a set schedule. It's streaming can really take up a lot of time and a lot of work. I am thinking of starting to put together some videos and stuff for Heroes of the Storm, but that would be down the line, so not quite yet. I would second that live thing, though. I think it's just a lot more fun overall. The YouTube videos can be cool and stuff, but it can be a little difficult to come up with content at times, or I don't know. It just lacks the diversity and the alive, like the energy and electricity being live.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree with that. And it's kind of a, like, I did a bunch of, like, drunk videos, which is just me playing Star Wars Battlefront 2 very poorly.
That's awesome.
It was bad. There's a level that I cannot get past when I'm drinking. When I'm sober, I beat it no problem. I don't understand what the issue is. But yeah, it's not great. But it's entertaining. So yeah, if you really must go check that out, it's youtube.com/Captain Cardone. Everything on there's super old. There's a bunch of videos of me and a buddy streaming Heroes too. So it's kind of whatever at this point. But come on, team.
Yeah, I was like looking up the Rock Joel. Maybe I figured I'd get you the site or whatever. I had a couple links open, and all of a sudden I'm like, oh, the draft, right? That should have started. Yeah, I keep going back and
they
forth.
just finished their game. That's what I'm being told, at least. So we should be. The gentlemen are readied up. We're waiting for misplaced alts. Which, if they don't miss an alt, I'm gonna be upset.
Yeah, right.
Like, I really hope they have like weird alts. They're just like, it's on a 60-second cooldown. We'll gust some minions here. Let's do it.
That would be pretty awesome.
I think it'd be awesome.
Living up to the namesake, for
Well,
sure.
that's like resting Butcherface never picks Butcher, and I'm like, guys, you can't not pick Butcher. It's in your name.
That's so true, man.
It's there. Look. My team for ARAM is called Administrative Nightmare, and every week I have to get the admins to add players to my team because other people drop. We are a nightmare for them. We are living up to our name, and there's a reason for it.
Oh, Captain, you make me laugh too much. Oh, you're the man, bro. Really.
You're welcome. The drafts, they are starting to draft. They're in the map ban right now. It's boring to watch, so we're not going to show you.
Yeah, we're slowly getting through maps by maps. The usual ones are kind of gone. Garden Tower, Black Hearts. Once in a while, you'll find a team that likes towers, but no one here does. Sky Temple, Cursed Hollow, gone.
Yeah, it's just, I mean, it comes down to typically Infernal Shrines is a go-to, Tomb is a go-to, Battlefield of Eternity some people like, and it looks like we're going to be on Tomb again. So here we go.
I think Tomb's a map a lot of teams prep. It's a good practice map for a lot of aspects, like your rotations and staying, because like it's a little bit shorter, so you can really stay together. And like, I don't know, I think it's just a map a lot of teams prep and feel comfortable on. The objective can be a little bit more back and forth at times, you know. So I think it just kind of there's just a natural progression to it.
Yeah, I agree with you there. I just tried 3 times to get to my email. It took me 3 tries before I figured out what gmail.com was. That was a problem. I'm sorry. I had to tell somebody. So I might as well tell 150 of you.
Yeah, share with everybody.
Wow, that was bad. I could not figure it out. And the reason I'm doing this is because somebody sent me an overlay for this, and I haven't been using it. I'm sorry.
It's all good.
Whoops.
We got a Li Ming followed by a KT
Is that a
ban right off the
tracer
bat.
pickup?
And that's what I was
Immediately.
this should be exciting to watch. I mean, I feel two ways about Tracer. One, I feel like I played as Thrall against her on Dragonshire, and where she's limited to capping a point like that, she lacks that like kiting mobility because she wants to get on the point to cancel it because you're going to get the DK. So it was really easy to kill her in that sense. I also took Earthquake and it really slowed her down a lot. I was able to land the root or enforce out the recall. On the other hand, I feel like a good tracer, someone who's practiced her, can just kite and deal and secure kills and kind of have that Zera tool kind of sneak in, get the kill back out. I mean, if you force the recall out of her, it really takes a lot of her oomph out because her health pool is so low. But we calculated one game we played against her, she did like 75 damage a second for every second of the 30-minute game. So that doesn't actually count for the uptime that she was shooting. You know, if you calculate for that, it was probably closer to 200 or 150. So
Ouch. That's crazy.
yeah, I think I'd love to watch a replay and count the uptime that she was actually putting damage on target, and then say, okay, it was over 11 minutes of shooting time where she was shooting other heroes, and then calculate the number because she did in a 30-minute game like 150,000. So we got an ETC and a Thrall ETC and a Thrall pick by Misplaced Ults, followed by a Falstad and a Johanna pick by the Gentleman. I guess really, yeah, those two picks are definitely the Falstad and Johanna are definitely probably in direct response to the ETC mosh pit. I'd say safely, probably. Yeah.
Yeah, first pick ETC, typically not a good first pick. Now here's the funny thing though. Excuse me. The funny part is, if ETC decides not to go mosh pit, all these counter picks are useless.
Which is why I thought maybe so the Falstad you don't really gain the advantage with the mobility on this map as much. Although last game we saw the stage dive did allow ETC to be really mobile. It's not quite one of those like maps that you instantly think, oh, I want someone that can fly across the map in 2 seconds. That said, it doesn't mean Falstad is a bad damage dealer in a lot of ways, or has, he has definitely a sense of utility to him. Same with Joe, so maybe they're a little bit in between, but you're absolutely right. Like you draft to counter something and then he doesn't go it really kind of throws you off, like, hey, we did this because of that, and instead we could have took the ones we really wanted to take or were more comfortable or have been practicing this week. So
Yeah, I mean, yeah. In about 5 seconds, I'm going to remember how to talk. Anyway, it's one of those situations where you can counterpick the crap out of an ult, but if they don't take that ult, you counterpicked nothing. Like you might as well have been picking to go against air.
yeah, and that's a good point. I mean, I thought what was interesting was, and I'd almost say that it's kind of almost too telling. They banned out the Uther, so maybe they're not even considering Mosh Pit, at all. Maybe they've kind of always rocked this comp with Stage Dive, and they just really have a strong ETC player or something. So
Yeah, well, and a lot of people have been practicing stage dive, so it's not. ETC is no longer a mosh pit machine.
yeah,
Because
that's definitely fair.
stage dive got buffed, so everybody is practicing it now in a way that you can use stage dive even on small maps like this to get done what you want to get done. So it'll be interesting. I like the Carzine pickup as well. That helps if ETC is going stage dive or not is. Yeah, actually, either way, I guess. If he stage dives into your team, you just press R and then he dies if you take sevens. And if he doesn't, if he mosh pits into your team, you still just press R and then he dies. Like, all right, sevens is a great counter to him, regardless of what he's going. I'll take it.
Yeah, definitely. And Karzim, if I guess my only concern with the Karzim pick, so KT was banned out. I'm sorry, that was a little silly of me. Yeah, that would be my concern would be the KT, but obviously he was banned out, so he's a little bit of a safer pick. Followed by Sonya, who could be really strong if you consider going Palm and give her a second shot at wreaking the havoc that she likes to when she dives on people. I imagine she might be going up against Thrall. She usually handles herself pretty well 1v1. She can kind of go blow for blow with Thrall. Sometimes it'll cost her life, but she'll have Thrall either dead or low enough to be that he has to hearth. I mean, early on, obviously you don't want to die, and they're going to finish up their draft with a Zool pick which is probably a pretty smart pick. I think he just has. I like watching Zool play. I wish I played him better myself. Uh,
Yeah, Haloran just made a good point in chat that if the Tracer player doesn't have a whole lot of practice and can't avoid ETC's power slide, or if ETC is very good at determining where Tracer's going to blink to, Tracer could be in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, that's so there's been a couple like a lot of times when a hero like that comes out, right? Everyone instantly lists the hard counters, right? So when Tracer first came out, we had Brightwing. I guess some people were kind of using Nova because she could like target lock and just kind of blow her up with such a low health pool. But I think you see other ones kind of start to come out of the woodwork as people see it happen in games, things you might not have traditionally thought were strong counters to it or didn't jump off the page at you. And I think the ETC power slide is certainly one of those.
Yep. Yeah, definitely. And Mega Puffed, I know other people are answering you, and you're going to see those way before I talk about this. She is, no, I wouldn't say broken, but she is very strong right now in the sense that it's difficult to punish her. The only way to really punish a Tracer is when she gets close to hit you with the melee, stun train the crap out of her. That's it. That's what you got. If you can't do that, you can't really punish her at all. And that is a problem. That is a big problem because she just runs around doing whatever she wants, doing as much damage as she wants, and you can't do anything.
Yeah, it's she's really I think I think we're starting to learn her a little bit more. So when she first came out, all the calls were she's OP, and I don't know if she was so much OP as it was like we just didn't know what to do that kind of mobility in Heroes of the Storm. Now we're kind of at a point where you kind of pick up on where that recall little thing is on the map, and you kind of pick up anticipating where she might be blinking to, because the blink does have a short range. I recommend everybody go into try mode and play around with a hero that you have trouble playing against, so you if you don't own them, so that you understand how the mechanics of their things work. It's a really good way to help like get your head around playing against them. But I think that she really, like, we're starting to kind of get a grasp to play against her, but I think that mobility is just such a unique aspect to Heroes of the Storm that it's a difficult thing for a lot of people to play against. It can really be like you said, if you kind of don't get that stun lock going on her, that chain stun thing, you really can have a hard time securing the kill, and not securing the kill can really cost you when you pour abilities and damage and mana into trying to kill somebody.
Yeah, well, and speaking of, you mentioned go into the try mode and test her out, see what's up. We actually did that. A buddy of mine and I did to determine how far her blink is. Her blink, it takes 2 of her blinks to get away from Zeratul. So you can if you burn 1 of her blinks in your Zeratul, just attack her. She can't get away.
Huh, that's duly noted. That is really
Zeratul's blink keeps up with her. It keeps up with 2 of hers. So, and his blink can go around walls. So if she uses 3 to get around a wall, just go past it. It's fantastic. Anyway, let's talk about this game and how this Tracer's going to do. Because over here on the left side, we have Sadat playing Sonya, Stubborn Mule on that Falstad, Shenmeister on Johanna, Gaspar playing the Monk there, and Saturnine on that lovely, lovely Tracer.
And on the right side, the red team is going to be Milk and Cookies playing Thrall, D-God on ETC, Redaria on Rhaegar, Sylvanas is played by Sir Maka, and Zul is played by Sheepfu. I'm gonna assume the C is an S in Sir Maka on Sylvanas.
Sure, why not? Until they tell us differently, it is now.
Fair enough, right?
That's how this works. Look, if you want your names pronounced correctly, you have to send us a guide on how to say your names phonetic, or how it works phonetically, and we'll say them correctly. Until that point, you're out of luck.
Oh, and Sylvanas,
speaking of out of luck,
yep, he is caught out just a little aggressive and out of position in lane up top, and the gentleman punished him for it. So, I mean, early enough that I don't know how much it'll affect it, but Sylvanas can be such a critical part of your wave clear when you're rotating. It might actually put them behind just a touch.
Yep, it might. There's a good possibility of that. Meanwhile, at the bottom, Sadat is going up against Sheepfu. Sheepfu, great at laning, not so great at bullying Sonya.
Yeah, I was really surprised to see Zool down there and not Thrall. Now, Zool is a great solo laner, but against some heroes, he's not the best solo laner, you know? So you have that list a few heroes above him, like Thrall and Zag, and probably Sonya, I'd say. So I'm not sure if we might see a swap out there or just well, I guess we'll see how Zool handles it eventually, and if it is ultimately a mistake. ETC is caught though and dies as well up in the mid lane.
And that right there is the power of Tracer. She has her heroic ability from level 1. So that's what we saw. That little circle on ETC there was her heroic going off and pretty much killing ETC. Not quite, and then she just blinked in and said, "No, I'm just going to shoot you until you die. Thanks. Bye."
So one of I think the strongest card Tracer can play, if you're nervous about people learning to play against her or whatever, is kind of hanging back, putting your damage all around, because it's kind of like this unlimited damage pool in a lot of ways. And then when someone's that low and running away, you can dive in and make sure that they don't get away. And securing kills is such an important thing, especially on the competitive level, that I think Tracer used effectively will be in a lot of ways similar to maybe Zeratul, or we don't see her a lot in competitive play, but Nova, to lock down and make sure you got that kill.
Right. Right, you are, sir, and I'm loving this build from Falstad, Stubborn Mule, and that Falstad opting to go for Magestad build. The problem he has is everyone on the other team apparently knows what's going on, because they are doing a great job of dodging that hammer every time it gets thrown out.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I'm loving the resurgence of Magestad. I played him the other day, and the burst was just a treat to play, but it does, I think, I think everyone was kind of put on notice when the buffs came back. So we'll, avoiding that hammer and kind of costing that's kind of like the crux of his of the build in a lot of, or I guess in one way. So avoiding it can definitely affect him down the line.
I mean, in most ways, I think you were right at first when you said in a lot of ways, because that extra damage is his bread and butter. He'll get Boomerang at level 7, but he needs that damage. He needs that extra damage to make him a strong burst hero. If not, he doesn't have a whole lot of sustain damage unless he starts focusing into sustain. But the moment he picks up Boomerang, he's kind of out of luck with that.
Yeah, that's actually, yeah, you're definitely right. And I think I'd almost say once, I mean, maybe he's not totally committed with the first two talents, but I think ultimately, especially on the competitive level, you really want to put your eggs into the basket that's going to make you the strongest, rather than kind of hitting a half and half. Not that it's not viable, I have seen it done, but you're absolutely right. And after thinking about it, thank you for correcting me, because his burst, late game, does come from that hammer throw, and then coupled with the boomerang and then the lightning is what makes it go half health rather than quarter or third health. And making, this is one of those maps where I think you can really maybe have that flexibility to dodge it or be aware of where he is so that he's not landing it all the time early on. They are prioritizing buildings really effectively right now with the spider push, so getting some damage done about halfway on the mid fort and taking the bottom fort.
Yep, and the top 4 didn't really get touched. Heck, the buildings are barely hurt. But you are right, they're prioritizing those buildings effectively in mid and bottom. They're just over a level ahead right now, which is fantastic for them. They're going to hit 10. If they keep this up, they're going to hit 10 significantly quicker than Misplaced Alts is. Ooh. And the gentlemen, I mean, they know what they're doing.
Yeah, that's for sure, and it shows how strong of a team they've really kind of become, because the way up, and here goes ETC with the power slide. He does get away last second there. I thought they really had that was a sure thing there, but they really said we got the spiders. Sonya had her lane pushed nice and up, and they were going mid, saw the rotation kind of come down a little bit, and they said and beat them down to the bottom lane and killed that fort so quickly. And we saw how quickly they did that again on the mid fort. They were just really that just disappeared really.
Yeah, definitely. And it looks like Sheepfu is having some problems, so we'll go back to us while they sort out that. I know, like I said, we have some storms here, and I can see it affecting my internet connection through my frame rate, and ping, which is kind of frustrating. But it is what it is. My ping is, I'm at 91 right now. That's silly.
Yeah,
it should be like 12.
Yeah, I mean, to some extent, coming up in the 56K era, I do feel we were maybe a touch spoiled. We're like
Been there. Look, there is fiber internet now. We're not spoiled.
this is true,
And it's cheap. That's the thing. There's
yeah.
fiber internet and it is cheap. And I pay like $40 a month for 75 megabits.
Yeah, that's a big
That's
investment.
yeah. There's it could be much better, but that's okay. That's a complaint for a whole nother time. Probably a
This is
different
true.
stream as well. Meanwhile, I do want to take a look at some of these talents. I was right about Falstad going boomerang. It's so good with that build. It makes so much sense. You can go secret weapon here because you do have power throw, so it gives you kind of that half and half. Like I do auto attack damage, but I also do burst damage. It's not so good. It's fine on this map, but on most maps it's not great. Just because most maps have a lot of movement. Karzim taking Transcendence at 1, but then Cleanse and Protective Shield. Just full on. I'm gonna have all the buttons. I want the buttons. I want to be an Uther. We're doing this.
Yeah, I mean a strong Karazim. When Karazim specs into that full heal build, I mean you're always like it's like a guaranteed 80, 90k healing, and it's the cleanse will be important. I think with Thrall's root, Zul's root, and I guess even well maybe not so much Sylvanas' silence. I think you can cleanse that on the Wayland, but anyway, not so much that, but yeah, I mean Karzim, I think as a dedicated healer, when you don't have to worry about the KT, I think is an awesome, such a strong force to be reckoned with. Joe looks like a pretty standard build. Knight takes pawn, Laws of Hope, and battle momentum. Tracer taking her extra 2 blinks, which is always, I believe, right? That's the one where she recalls and then has the extra 2 blinks after the recall.
Which one is this?
Tracer's level 7, I believe.
Yes, after recall you get 2 extra blinks. You can
so.
hit control 1 and look at all these. You know that, right?
Yo, dude, I totally forgot what the hotkey was, man.
It's all right. It happens all the time. I forgot what my hotkeys for production were. I was looking at it. I'm looking at my keyboard before the stream, and I'm looking over at OBS Studio, and I'm going, what are my buttons? I had to look them up. It was bad. But we are getting back into the game. Here we go. One thing I do want to note is that Rhaegar took Farsight. That was the wrong key. There we go.
That's interesting.
Yeah, and right after I said that I forgot what my hotkeys were, I just pressed the wrong hotkey.
I mean, that's listen, vision is critical on this map. There's no getting around it. I got shut down by a Zag about a week ago. We couldn't do anything because they could see anything we wanted to do. And late game, that's just such a strong card to play. So I guess I could see the vision to having to save you to walk over or face check the turn in by yourself to some extent, or maybe to cover a flank because you kind of do get some flanks further up lanes after the forts fall. Yeah, I mean, I guess I can see it is strong on this map. Being that they don't have an equally strong vision, though, makes me wonder if the necessity's there. I mean, we do see it here on the turn-in, but I mean, yeah. I mean, I guess we'll see if it pays off down the line.
Yep, and there is actually a Tracer death. This is what we were talking about earlier. D-God managed to get him stunned with a power slide, and they just deleted him. And I'm also going to go ahead and apologize for the low frame rate right now. I don't know what's going on. It is storming outside. I can hear the thunder. So that might have something to do with it. I'm sorry. There's a lot of heroics being used right now, and not a lot getting done with it.
Yeah, oh man, I was really thinking we would see a secured kill there. Didn't happen. Part of that might have been lacking Tracer's damage. I did like how they got Tracer, though. The power slide and the totem down just kind of shut her down. And that I kind of reflected in seeing how Earthquake was so effective. I think if you can slow her down in between those blinks where she's expecting to be able to keep moving at that pace, and you catch her in between a blink like that, here she is putting a ton of damage down on Sylve. He does get the heal off, and she is going to get away at the last second.
Yeah, that's true. So, yeah, there's a lot going on here with this Farsight. I still don't like it. He keeps using it, and I'm like, why do you have that?
I mean,
there's not enough. I don't think that, first of all, I don't think this map is big enough to warrant it.
Yeah, I
Vision's
think that's
important, but it's not that important.
yeah. So I feel like you get vision on this map by taking a hero that's going to give you the vision inherently. But if you
Yes.
don't do that, I don't think you should take a hero that's going to deny you whatever whatever the talent you would have taken normally for it, especially particularly when the other team isn't playing Zagara or that one of those heroes. So it's not like you're outvisioned by them in that regard where you'd feel like you needed it. But yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, Thrall is going to fall. The Ancestral comes just a touch late there. Looks like they're going to retreat. Sylv does get away. Mosh is popped defensively. It
But it's
doesn't
not
look.
enough.
Nope, it's not enough here. Tracer has. Oh, they held off killing her until the Divine Palm had worn off. That was a very smart move. I think she did overstay her welcome there, expecting the fatal damage to be cast on her, and it didn't happen.
Yeah, the gentleman went in very aggressively. Nobody's dead
Oh,
on the
I
other team.
I
Milk
could,
and Cookies died very early in that fight.
so
So they died. He died, but they got one and they lost two. Not a good trade.
not a good trade at all, and it was to be honest, they kind of had them on the run, and they kind of turned it around and managed to. I mean, I don't know. You can't necessarily rely on those on Palm, or doesn't mean you should listen. If you're a Sonya and you're up in there, you stay. It's one way or another. But if you're a Tracer, I feel like that was one death they probably could have avoided and kept it a 1-for-1.
Yeah, most likely they could have definitely avoided that death there. Milk and Cookies could be in trouble. Nope, he gets a heal. Oh, but he goes down due to the power throw there. Excellent use of that by Stubborn Mule. He just got probably 8 stacks of damage, or 8 points of extra damage, rather, on that. Very well done. That Gus put them right into that corner in a very bad spot. He threw out the Hammerang immediately afterwards, getting quite a bit of damage done.
Yeah, for sure. That was a solid gust and a solid follow-up. Everyone kind of went in. It was a little under the towers, but made sure they got the kill and backed out immediately. So definitely Milk and Cookies has been taking quite a lot of damage and quite a couple deaths. So, I mean, we'll see how that progresses later in more direct team fights where the gentlemen aren't kind of coming on so aggressively and the other team's kind of more prepared for it. They have closed that XP gap that they had a little bit. It was a little bit larger, I think, earlier on. They were almost approaching maybe 2 levels. Now they're kind of within 1 solid level. So we'll see if they can get 13, and we'll choose to engage before the other team reaches 16. But they are going to catch Zool, and he does have 39 gems. So this is going to hurt if
He
they're
doesn't
not able
anymore.
to pick those up. No, he doesn't, man. And they're not going to be able to pick those up. Interesting. So they do get his, but then ETC falls. So you can't, you keep giving one or the other, and then 2. It's not an effective way to handle a death or trying to save your teammates.
Yep, that's true. Thrall managed to pick them up at the last second there. I was concerned they weren't going to get them either, but they did. But you're right, they lost ETC. That lost them another 20-something coins. That's not good. Historically not awesome, turns out.
And on this map, when you're playing on the competitive level like this, where people are stacking coins, holding them on, using vision on the turn-ins and just kind of having those rotations and map control and all that, you can't drop 20-something coins, and it will cost you, and it will give a team an advantage, whereas the other guys already have a turn-in, so they're already a turn-in plus 30. You have your initial 55, 60 for that first turn-in, so you really can't, you really can't be dropping 20 coins at a clip, because if it happens again, then you're going to be way down from your turn-in, and you're going to be behind objectives, and then even further behind experience.
Yep, that's true. And Sir Maka in a bit of trouble here, taking tons of damage. Man, Milk and Cookies, you are getting the short end of the stick consistently. Sheep Fu probably going to go down here too. The Hammerang guarantees that. No deaths on the other side. Well,
no.
D-God, what are you doing? Run, buddy. That is a fight you don't want to take, especially with the Tracer. She will kite the crap out of you. You'll never beat her.
It is the most frustrating thing in the world when she's like just an inch out of your range and you like blew your abilities and you're like chasing her just knowing you're gonna die, and it's just it can be a sad thing to watch. So I'm glad he chose to back off rather than pursue that in any way. Yeah, I think I think part of this issue is coming down to they have that strong front line that can kind of set, meet Thrall when he comes in to do his work, and even Zool to some extent. But they also kind of still have, not that Sylvanas isn't effective as a range damage dealer. I think she really is in a good place herself right now. I just think Falstad's burst is kind of outdoing her in a lot of ways, and that's kind of.
Yeah, well, if we look at the numbers, she's only 1,000 behind Falstad right now. The difference is Falstad's damage tends to be more direct. It tends to matter more because it is burst damage. And that's the difference, just the difference between burst damage and damage over time is, or even sustained damage, is burst damage means somebody is dying now, not later.
And I think, unfortunately, that's kind of been milk and cookies, although he kind of seems to maybe be in a little bit of an aggressive position here. I think that's kind of really what they've been saying. They've been saying, like, Thrall needs to go. We can't let him be sitting in the middle and beating us up. And I think that's kind of maybe been the edge, even though Sylv's got her damage off. Ooh, nice mosh here. Are they going to get
It's a great mosh.
Oh,
so that mosh stopped everybody that could have stopped him from moshing. And they lose 2 for it.
Yeah, that was a nice little turnaround by, I'm sorry. Mix up my team names.
Misplaced ults. Sorry.
Misplaced ults. I'm sorry. That was actually not, that was quite the opposite of the misplaced ult. That was a really well landed ult, and it gave them an opportunity to put a lot of damage on targets, and being where damage had been dealt previously kind of set off they were kind of at a distance to try and do anything and get, maybe focus ETC down, because that's your backup plan when he's got your interrupters locked in the mosh pit.
Yep, so here's another time where we see a team coming up here, getting ready for this. Oh, Sir Maka almost dies to the boss.
That would not have been good.
Holy cow, he is... They're just getting their butts kicked by this boss and hammerings.
Yeah, you got to be careful when, especially when, the other team knows you're there and you're kind of taking a lot of damage, you're not burning as quickly. Oh, and
oh my goodness, they're going to lose the boss and their lives.
And a ton of coins. That was their first turn in to say, oh, they still, D-God's got the 40, and he knows he's got to get out of there right away. Tracer's chasing him down, though. Is she going to get this kill?
Oh, yeah, she has it.
She locks it down. Oh, man, a full team wipe, lose the ball.
Oh, man.
That might be a turn, and the XP gain, we might be at a turning point that might be too hard for them to come back from.
Yes, that pretty much guaranteed the game here for the gentleman. It was an excellent play. Stubborn Mule up top, just tossing out hammers, making sure he could do damage. It scared misplaced ults. They got scared by it, and they ran the other direction. They said, okay, we're going to go over here, and we're going to stay in this corner. It'll be fine. We'll be all right. And then the boss just kept wailing on him.
Yeah, and that's exactly what happened. You had your range squishies that were a little low. Sylvanas specifically kind of worked her way out of position into a perfect position for the boss to do the damage, and she almost lost her life there. But it's not like she had very much to fight with when the rest of them showed up anyway. So that was the turning point. It's not even from a comeback perspective. They just pushed with the boss and finished it up. That top keep was low enough. It was not an issue at all. So, gentlemen, and I think that's just that progression as a team overall. I mean, they really showed up clearly to play like they do every week, but that was just such a solid call to say, hey, man, they're all low. We got vision on. We know exactly how much health everybody has. Let's just rock and roll and do this, and they did it.
Most indeededly. Sorry.
It's all good.
That's from some show, and I don't even remember what it's from. It's Family Guy. That's what it is. Not Family Guy. It's Futurama. Holy crap. I cannot believe I messed that up.
So Sylv did outdamage Falstad there by 4,000.
Yes.
But Thrall was shut down big time.
Yeah, Thrall, Milk and Cookies, not a lot of damage on that Thrall. 5 deaths, no kills, 1 assist, 23,000 damage. Ouch.
The melee assassin role is a difficult one to play, so I don't want to be picking on anybody. It's a really good position to play. You kind of have to dance around, hang out till you see your target and know you're getting that kill. No ifs, ands, buts about it. You can be focused down because you don't have the HP pool of a tank. There's a lot of dynamic to playing, a lot of variables to playing a melee assassin. That said, you also can't take the role and ultimately hurt your team or hold them back. And it's just such one of those things where like if you're the backbone of your comps relying on the specific damage from Thrall, um, he is a hero that if you focus him and shut him down because you don't need to worry about or your range damage is more sustained or pokey like Sylves is, you might have the opportunity to do what the gentleman did and shut Thrall down, and then the team fight's yours.
Yep, that's true. That's true. Meanwhile, do want to go over the brackets real quick while we have a second. I should be getting a draft link soon. But 40 Hands has moved on to play RFS Gaming in the round of 3. And the other side, the gentleman will be moving on to play against Clairvoyance. And I'm pretty sure that's the one that we are going to follow. Just waiting on confirmation from Stubborn Mule. Apparently the system won't let them report their win. And I'm not sure I have admin rights to that. So I'm going to have the admins do that because that makes more sense.
Yeah, so this tournament's shaping up for our final week before the finals to be quite the matchups here. Gentlemen versus Clairvoyance, RFS versus 40 Hands. Two of those four teams rather, will be in the finals. And out of all the different possibilities right now, I just can't imagine we're gonna see any more, any games that are gonna be less than exciting and thrilling because all these teams are super competitive and always have a strong showing every week. So not that anybody doesn't. Please don't misconstrue what I'm saying. I love everybody that shows up and watching them play. But having watched this for 4, 5, 6 weeks now, these four teams are definitely on the more competitive side of things.
Yes, they definitely are. We've seen 40 Hands play consistently. We've seen the gentleman play consistently. And RFS, of course, doing pretty well. Even against pro teams, they do all right. I hate to say this. I do not recognize
Clairvoyant.
Clairvoyance.
I thought I saw them. Was it last week or?
I have slept since then. So seriously, look. I remember what I did yesterday. Mostly.
That's fair.
That's what I got. That's what I have left. I do recognize some of the names.
Yeah, no, I wasn't throwing it out there like just for the sake of like filling it or like singling one person out. Like, that's not what it was about. I saw them play. Of course, I'm not going to remember where it was.
That'd be too easy.
Yeah, right. It would be too easy if I just had a stat
easy.
sheet with everybody here, right?
Yeah.
Oh, where did I see them play? I saw them. Oh God! I mean, I could be mixing up because I do watch a ton of amateur and pro stuff, so it could have been a lot of places, I suppose. Oh well, we got Insomnia on the team. If that is the semi-pro Insomnia and Shot, yeah. So these guys actually are, I want to say, are pretty strong. I mean, obviously this could be other people who have similar names. It's people I'm familiar with.
Happens all the time, yeah.
Yeah, Shot and Insomnia, if they are the players I'm thinking of, if Insomnia would be a pro support, like top 50 leaderboard ranking, Shot, I want to say, is a tank, also up there, top 50, top 100 leaderboard for NA. I guess we'll ultimately see when the game gets going and everything, but
yeah, now you called them out. They have to do well. I mean,
yeah,
that's...
right now it's gonna be, oh, look at Romo, he doesn't know what he's talking about.
Or it's gonna be like, man, these guys are supposed to be good. Why aren't they? Yeah. So for your sake and their sake, I hope you're right.
Yeah, I hope we have a great game now because I just hyped it up, right?
Yeah.
No, I'm sure everybody who makes it this far is coming to play and coming to win. So, I mean, obviously, always a treat to watch a gentleman play. So I'm kind of glad we got 2 games with them. The last time we did this, we had the 1 game with them, and then I didn't get any games with them again for the rest of the night, and I was kind of a little disappointed because they were such an enjoyable team to watch. They always kind of pick, like, I don't know, you see things like the duo comp with Sonya, and you see a Tracer pick, taking advantage of Carzzy in the second in KT's band, stuff like that. So it's always like more dynamic comps that they clearly practice and clearly are good on their heroes with, but are maybe just a touch different than what you might stereotypically see teams revolving around lately. So
Yeah, definitely. I love that chat is giving Sweebeeps crap about playing Stardew Valley right now. Thanks, chat, because he's giving me crap about my mess up of Futurama and Family Guy, which, by the way, they both start with the same sound and they're basically the same show. I like them both. But I'm going to get crap for that too here in a few minutes.
Yeah,
but thank you. Good job. Just keep sending crap to Sweet Beeps. Thanks. Appreciate that. We should be getting a draft link here in a minute. Any second now, I imagine, since both these teams should be ready to go. I've seen some of the players from Clairvoyance in the chat. So if you guys aren't around, you need to get around so that we can start this off. There's a draft link. Hey, no, why? I have too many buttons at the top of my screen, apparently. I do this all the time. I'll go to the draft link and then I'll go to try and copy it, and I'll hit another button, and it'll like take me to my bank records. I'm like, stop, Bookmarks Bar, why are you there?
Oh, that's funny, man.
It's convenient when I need to pay bills. It's not convenient every other day of the month.
It's good, like between like the 2nd and 6th. Like
it's like super nice at the beginning of the month. Every other day, I don't know why I keep it.
Yeah, it's to be honest, like the whole, and props to you for doing the production and casting, because I don't think people, until you've streamed or even began to fiddle with OBS or any whatever program you're using, it can be such a challenging thing to do to keep everything in line. So definitely props on you for keeping it all together and putting on such an awesome show.
Thanks. I appreciate that, man. It's production's fun, honestly. It's one of my favorite parts about this is being able to run everything. I also kind of have a problem with like letting other people do stuff. I'd rather just do it myself.
So it's done right?
Yeah, or like it's two things. It's so that it's done right, or if it's messed up, I know it's just me. Like I can fix it. It's something that I can fix. So the problem I have when other people run it is if it's messed up, all I can do is be like, hey, you messed this up. And if they don't fix it, they don't fix it. There's nothing I can do about it. And it's that to me is frustrating. So
I hear you on that big time, dude. Really, I really do. So a little interesting that we saw Cursed Hollow kind of go so early in the draft, and then Dragonshire, followed by Sky Temple, and we ended up on Infernal Shrine. So not so unusual at our destination, but I guess getting there was a little kind of couple earlier bands than I would have expected, seeing those maps hang out a little later.
Yeah, I knew it. They just heard me say that Family Guy and Futurama are basically the same show.
I was trying to keep on chat, and I'm looking at the draft now. It's like, oh, they're gonna tear them up for this one. Oh, that's too funny.
Yeah, it's just like, oh man, that's funny. So anyway, Tracer's banned. We're on Infernal Shrines. You want wave clear here. People, God, I knew that was gonna come. And Verim's the one giving me the worst. Love it.
That's awesome.
Oh man. Anyway, so Falstad and Tracer gone. The gentleman decided we're not gonna pick her, so we don't want you to have her. Falstad, a great pick for getting rid of on this map. Global presence is fantastic on big maps like this, and they, he's got some wave clear actually. Turns out if you go hammer build.
Yeah, and you position him correctly. I mean, it can lend itself to maybe being like slightly out of position while you're doing that wave clear. But I think just in general, if you time it right with the wave when it's still in a line, or position yourself off to the side of it, you can really clear the wave like super fast. So, and that coupled with the global presence, because usually you'll have the couple seconds in lane while everybody runs to the tribute to finish that wave and maybe get like a half level experience lead early in the game. So definitely kind of a go-to, really solid ban on this map. Yeah,
so again, we're seeing a weird thing where Clairvoyance decided they went Zool. Fine, Zool's pretty good still. There's nothing wrong with him, and he's especially good wave clear for these things. Sorry. But then they picked up Mirrodin right away. I'm not a fan of that. They probably could have gotten through the ban phase without picking up Mirrodin. They could have picked up somebody with more wave clear. Maybe they have a weird couple of last picks that they know they want, but they don't want to show their hand too early. But that gave the gentleman KT, Thrall, and Johanna, who all have pretty good wave clears. So maybe not the best.
Yeah, when you kind of end up at this far into tournaments and these kinds of level of play, unless you really got a pocket pick kind of strat going on that you really practice on this map or something like that, giving up KT Thrall and Joe on the other team, like that's just like looking at both sides of this right now. It like the left side, the gentlemen really look like they're just off on like such a strong footing here. I mean, that's not to say that Murden isn't a great tank. He's like probably like one of the like two or three top tanks right now, and Zool is super effective. You can run split push a little bit with those skeletons, and you have a curse. Looks like they're followed by Rhaegar. They're gonna save their DPS for last after an Uther ban by Clairvoyance and a Tyrande ban by the Gentleman. So I wonder what we're gonna see here to finish out this draft.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Uther band, of course, fantastic. That takes away the gentleman's burst healing. They're gonna have to go with probably Monk, I would imagine. I don't know. I'd like to see him. Actually, I'd love to see a Lily here for no other reason than, hey, you know what? You banned
Ooh.
Uther. Fine. Here's a Lily. We're gonna have fun with it. We're gonna do whatever we want. They won't do that because both Medic and Malfurion are better on this map.
Yeah.
But I think it'd be fun. Why not? Hey, that's.
Yeah,
I'm also weird, and when people ban stuff that I wanted, I get spiteful and I just pick weird things.
I think there's maybe a small potential we might see a Brightwing just because of her equally kind of that mobility on this map is helpful. She can sort of solo lane. I'm trying to think who Insomnia does like to play. It's not coming to me off the top of my head. We do see a Li Ming pick up. I guess that's kind of pretty straightforward. Yeah, I mean, maybe. I don't know if I would have waited to trust getting her this late. I mean, they did pick up KT and Thrall, but they could have, I guess, tripled down and picked her up too and then finished out. When you have that much damage, as long as you kind of, comfortable with a few tanks where you not stressing as much, I mean, that's just a ton of damage to be standing in front of. So, I don't know. I guess it might be a little bit of a risk to take her that late, but look, they got her anyway, so it's not much of an argument either way when you end up with her. So.
Yeah, well, here's the thing: is I'm not a fan of Li Ming on this map. She has wave clear, but you have to set it up almost perfectly. So it comes to if she throws out an orb, right? Because that's her big wave clear. You want an orb at close to max range. You toss it out. You let it go. It hits something, explodes, and deals damage to everything around it. If one minion is kind of out of the area, kind of off doing its own thing, your orb killed one minion. Good work. Your wave clear ability that's on like a 12-second cooldown killed one minion.
Yeah, no, you're so right about that.
Good
And it
job.
was one of one of the most frustrating things playing Li Ming was Rhaegar coming out from behind the gate and putting his totem down, and my orb hits I like lined it up perfectly to hit the middle guy in between both lines, and then like totem comes down, not thinking that he's gonna because he's toteming the other guy or whatever, and it blows up on that and kills one guy, and now I have a whole wave left over, and the tribute just so it can be a little tricky, and with the disintegrate on the extended cooldown, you lose that to you could use that for everything, taking camps, wave clearing if you had to, because by 20 seconds, wherever it was you were going, it was up and good to go again. But it's at 30-second counter now, and it doesn't quite, you kind of need it for those team fights, so you can't risk not having it up with the potential of the OBJ coming up or something. So we do see a Sylph pick. We see the Kharazim. Excellent call, Captain. You're really good at calling these drafts, man.
Thanks.
It's
Comes with practice.
After I cast it with you, I was like, man, I gotta work on my prediction drafts. Like I'm like getting it, I'm getting there, but you're so solid.
Watch Inverum, watch Dreadnought, watch Grubby is really good at it. Caldor's pretty good at it. Obviously, over in the EU, they have a bit of a different meta. But yeah, if you want to get good at predicting drafts, watch those guys because they are fantastic. J-How's great at it, and like two of the people I mentioned are still considered amateur casters. They don't get paid for that. So go watch them. They will help you learn how to figure out what should be picked. Honestly, I could not figure out clairvoyances because this is not a draft that would be picked by most teams. I don't know what's going on there. I'm still not sure. I love the Lunara pickup just because I like Lunara, but I don't know what the goal there is. Like, I could not tell you what they're going for.
I'm not entirely sure myself because you're in. Oh, man. So the gentleman grabbed the silver, right? Now they got that equal split push potential. So if they have to go gate for gate or building for building, it's a guarantee. But the Lunara pickup, we're gonna have so their damage, like people, I think maybe I don't know. Lunara, I don't think's played or they're comfortable enough seeing her around. She is like she hits so hard over the course of a game, like so much damage. The poison can be so effective, but she's really like on the squishier end, so you kind of almost have two glass cannons, not to make a pun out of Li Ming's ability, but in a way you kind of do. And they have a ton of damage with roots and CC going on, really like a lot of it on the other side. So it should be interesting to see how this plays out. I'm trying to think if maybe they're trying to go for some sort of gank thing, but I'm not sure I see it. Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
yeah, no, I don't.
it's just like it's a really wonky. We just kind of picked the heroes we liked build, which is fine. Don't get me wrong. In the amateur scene, I would do that if I had a team. Actually, we've talked about putting together a team for Chair League. Our team is literally everyone's going to send me who they are good at playing, who they are comfortable with playing. I'm going to build a spreadsheet, and then when we draft, we're just going to draft those heroes. And we'll ban out whoever we think the other team likes or can play. That's the plan. And so if you're at that level where you don't have a big hero pool, or not everyone has a big hero pool, I understand these pickups a lot. But to make it this far into the tournament seems weird.
Yeah, I mean, maybe they're kind of going for in the sense that, well, maybe people aren't used to playing against Lunara as much and not used to dealing with the damage. I mean, Karazim does have, I mean, he can heal all the people affected by the poison. Anyone that poison can reach with the W, or in the spreading with the basic attack to 3 targets and all that, Karazim can heal at the same time. So it's not like you had like a single big burst healer who's going to have to drop a Q on one target and then the other 2 are going to have to take the damage. I mean, you do have, actually, you know what? Thinking about it, so the Lunara poison with the Zul Nova and Rhaegar's Totem does make for an effective team fight kind of scenario, with Li Ming's burst kind of sprinkled on top. I've seen a couple times this poison oriented like damage dealing be really, really effective. I guess we'll see how it plays out though, and if that's what they were going for. But that's about the only thing I can pull together, I guess.
Yeah. So on my overlay, the I in clairvoyance is just gone. I don't know why. I hope that's not in the actual thing. If you want to go ahead and start naming off these teams.
Yep, sure, man. We have the gentleman on the red team played Stubborn Mule on KT. Gazpar playing a dancing Karazim. Saturnine playing Thrall. Johanna played by Shenmeister, and Satat on Sylvanas.
Yeah, and on the other side we have Biceps playing Li Ming. That seems wrong. Like, I doubt she has very big biceps. Battery playing, what is that, Mirrodin? Shot on Zul. Insomnia on Lunara, and a fight going out while Samoan Chief, cute, plays Rhaegar. That's good. That's good. I like it.
So we got both teams to mid, seeing, I guess, who maybe clears out their wave faster.
Yeah, so the gentlemen kind of have this thing where they need to clear out waves very fast, or else Shot is going to get a lot of work done. And they have to be on the counter rotation, basically. They have to be the ones going in late, going in afterwards, so that they can clean up those little skeletal warriors as well, without any real problems.
Yeah, and that's Zul's can be so effective with the rotations and everything because of those skeletal warriors left over. It leaves you to clean something up. Otherwise, your next wave will have an advantage over the coming one. So Zul, I think, really adds an advantage to the rotation that I think is troublesome to the point that it's effective.
Yeah, so what we're actually seeing is now a 3-man roam by the gentlemen. They know they're not really keeping up So Shenmeister's still bottom here. He already cleaned this lane, and it gives him a bit of an advantage. He can stay down here and put damage on while everyone else rotates.
Yeah, I mean, with Sylvanas and KT, I think you certainly have a strong enough three-man that you could let them continue, and Joe to hang out. I mean, maybe I would switch one of them out to stay down there myself, but I'm not a pro player, so that's why I don't make those decisions. But those skeletons did prove troublesome enough that they felt the need to keep one person in the bottom lane, and we see them constantly left over after they clear the wave. Clairvoyance definitely has a really effective rotation going on real quickly throughout those last couple minion waves, and the shrine is popping at the bottom one, and they started it early, and Zul's getting a nice solid lead on it. They're already up to 15 minions.
Yeah, and they're also down a hero because they decided, you know what, we're going to go top. We're going to just start dealing damage. And they ran up there. They took down the wall. And then immediately Thrall got deleted by Li Ming.
Yeah, I mean, I just caught the end of that. Yeah, I guess that definitely can leave you at a disadvantage when approaching an objective on this map, obviously. But Thrall's back up now, and I imagine they're going to try and contest because they're only at 22, 25, maybe 30 or 40 by the time all of the gentlemen get over there. So,
yeah, well, actually, I don't know. This is going to be closer. This might be closer than you think because Stubborn Mule still has quite a bit of mana. If he wants to, he can kill a lot of enemies in one hit if he gets in there.
Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, KT on this map can be so effective. We got the chain bomb and the root down. Ooh, and Zul is deleted. Ooh, that was fast and effective. Great focus by the gentleman. They knew who they wanted to get there, and they got him. And it looks like Clairvoyance at 34 is going to try and maybe pick up those last five, but it looks like the gentlemen are keeping them zoned out. They're grabbing one or two here or there where they can, but the gentlemen are catching up quick, and they are going to... Ooh, this is going to be tight.
I love how they are body blocking the orbs. They know where the orbs are going to be coming from. They're just standing there taking the hits so that the minions don't. That is fantastic, smart thinking. So not only did they get a couple of kills out of all that, but they also have this this Punisher now. And so they're going to get this wall down no problem, especially with Sylvanas down here. They may, if they want, push this fort too and just shut it down. It's not dealing damage now to the Punisher. That means the Punisher lives so much longer and gets so much more damage out, and this fort is going to go down before they walk out.
Yeah, and that's giving them almost close to a full solid lead of level experience on Clairvoyance, and that's one of Syl's strong points. I mean, you can pull the Immortal over and make it skip its siege cycle on the gate and towers, but you kind of need to get it down before they get the gate down and put pressure onto the fort, because if you don't, it'll go through a siege cycle and it will deal damage to the fort now instead of your gate.
Yep.
So it's really effective, really important that when you pull the Punisher over to get it down before, especially when you have a Sylvanas there who's going to I mean, ideally you want to get that Punisher to take damage from both towers and the fort, but Sylvanas negates either half of that or all of it eventually.
Yep, that's exactly right. And speaking of Sylvanas, she about got stunned there, but Stubborn Mule decided, nah, I'll take a hammer to the face. It's okay.
Yeah. So I'm hanging right in mid lane, stunned like that, and it was all good.
I mean, somebody's got to take it.
Yeah, that's for sure, man. And looks like they might catch Thrall. Yeah, maybe. Nope, he's gonna back out.
Nah, he's got the movement speed, even with the slow from Insomnia. He's probably all right, and he's gonna be able to heal himself back up using his abilities. He may even have a well left. Not entirely sure. There he goes, just healing himself up. No problem.
Yeah, I mean Thrall sustained the poke. He's just such a strong solo laner. I mean, not that Lunara doesn't have her own in her own right. I just feel like she's a little bit more susceptible to a gank if you rotate up. But with good map awareness, you can usually negate that and a little bit more careful play. They are going to go for their camp up here, their Shaman camp. Zul kind of pokes, says hello, takes a ton of damage and has to back out.
Yeah, Shenmeister saying, hey, you know what? We're all here. Let's go. Let's do this. I don't mind being in front. And they have to back off. Clairvoyance just not able to get there in time. They need to get there a little earlier to make sure they got everything that they wanted out of that. Battery almost in trouble there. Not quite. Stubborn Mule once again taking a hammer to the face. Wow.
Yeah, he's really eating these Muradin hammers. I got a feeling eventually that might catch up to him. Ooh, an orb with a ton of damage on Stubborn Mule. Yeah, that camp, that was that was an aggressive call. Definitely something that could have maybe paid off. It didn't cost them ultimately, which I guess is the important thing when you try a maneuver like that, knowing when to pull back before you fully commit. But if they got there a little early, caught them while there was only 2 or 3 still taking the camp, it might have been something that was worth a payoff. We have the top shrine popping though,
It's
and
been popped for a little bit now, actually, and everyone's been ignoring it, even though it is an arcane shrine.
yeah, that's a good point actually. Thinking about it, I did see the toast notification came up quite a while ago. So, the gentlemen are getting there first, starting aggressively focusing the minions, and Johanna's trying to zone people out, but taking a ton of damage down there. Not that Murden went away unscathed, and Chain Bomb is doing its job.
Yeah, and these, oh man, these come out at the perfect spot, but we just see seven-sided strike, a missed heroic heal there. Ancestral healing does not go off, and Myrden pays the price. The
And
gentleman
Jewel,
looking good.
really, they are. They're really looking like they kind of have that fluidity that you see in these when a team's just really on and things are landing where they're supposed to be landing and people are coming off cooldown right when they need to be, and it's definitely showing. I mean, they are just the solid comp and they're meshing well together. So Johanna's still kind of zoning there, hanging out by the bush, and the rest of them are putting work down on the shrine. It is finished. It's going to be an Arcane Punisher. I imagine they're going to try and get the fort here too, especially being that it's the second Punisher.
Yeah. Yeah, the Sadat can just walk in there and shut it down. Yes, this is a best of one. Everyone that is asking. Sorry, I wasn't looking at chat. But yes, this Punisher is going to get a lot of work done, especially if Shenmeister starts eating these arcane orbs and missiles. That means the Punisher's not taking damage, and Shenmeister doesn't really care. Can heal himself. Not a care in the world.
Yeah, Laws of Hope. After level 4, Joe really has like this really added resilience between the D and the Laws of Hope. It just really makes her a force to be reckoned with that can eat that poke and still be effective in a team fight when it comes down to it.
Yep. Battery could be in some trouble here. The Punisher is going hard on him.
Yeah, and Silva, I don't know if you noticed from behind the gate, her push was the trait was shutting down the second tower behind the gate and that was something else the Punisher wasn't taking damage from. So they're really getting a ton of value out of this objective.
Yeah, and now they have to back up. Everyone's at about half health. Stubborn Mule, you could be in a lot of trouble here, buddy. Shenmeister trying to zone, but there's so many fast people on the enemy team. Zoning is going to be difficult. They just need to keep backing off until they can finally get out. The Skeletal Mages come out, but get nothing done. Stubborn Mule, perfect placement for that Flame Strike there. He knew somebody was coming up.
Yeah, Lunera kept trying to go for the flank, and Thrall had a defensive Sunder there that definitely was a bit of a help. I did notice there that Karazim was able to effectively heal all the targets affected by Lunera's damage, poison rather, and that's when Stubborn Mule had taken quite a bit of damage, was really down kind of on that last rope of health there, and Karazim popped in, healed everybody who was taking the poison, and they were able to effectively retreat.
Yep. So it looks like RFS has moved on to the finals, and of course, whoever wins here will move on to the finals. These are best of ones. The finals are best of 3.
Looking forward to congratulations to RFS, and looking forward to whoever they end up playing.
Yeah. So I think if Gentleman wins here, we're gonna have the same matchup that we did last week, if I recall correctly. That could be interesting.
Definitely, especially the gentlemen are really on point tonight, so it definitely would be a strong matchup if they end up together. I think Clairvoyance would put up a good fight too because they're putting up one right now, so either way, I imagine we're going to have quite a contested final. Looks like,
go ahead.
Are they going to go for the fort here, or I mean, they're just poking around? It looks like they're going to back off.
They want the well. That was the goal there.
Especially with the mid shrine coming up, that was an excellent call by them.
Yeah, getting the well means that the other team can't just go back in Sippy Cup to gain health back. They have to go either all the way back to their fort, to that Sippy Cup, or they have to go back to the Altar of Storms, if that's what it's called? But a team fight breaking off. Skeletal Mages being used again, not getting a whole lot done. Battery is just eating these Phoenix hits.
Yeah, for sure. I think the Phoenix, though, did effectively put an end to the Skeletal Mages, or maybe they are targetable, and you can kill them, and that's part of I think maybe what's lacking in that, it's not necessarily the guaranteed damage that Phoenix is, or one of those other AoE kind of positioning ults, because you can kill the skeletal mages. So great placement by him. Didn't really get the value out of him I think they would like in that team fight. No one fell though, so you were
Yeah, all
right
that
about.
fight and nobody fell.
Yeah, so a lot of ults, a lot of damage going out. No one went down, and they were able to get back up pretty quickly. Zul taking a ton of damage again. He keeps going in there, and KT keeps punishing him for it.
Yeah, well, he almost had Sadat down. He was rooted in Saturn 9. You need a heal, buddy? Nobody's got anything for you. Gaspar trying to eat these shots that nobody else does. Stubborn Mule still at full health. I'm not sure how that happened, but he is.
Yeah, everyone else took quite a bit of damage there, except for Stubborn Mule. Fortunately, KT, you can't do it all by yourself, so you're going to have to hang out and wait for your team. It looks like they're going to concede the shrine and go for camps. Or, yeah, probably going to concede the shrine, I imagine. Although, I guess maybe they're trying to get the camp done while Thrall's down, and maybe I guess it'll be a timing issue. They might go and try and throw some poke down. Battery's hanging out to give a little bit of warning to everybody else, and wakes Joe up with his slam, and the stun hits both Joe and KT again. Poor Stubborn Mule is getting beat up by these stuns from Battery.
Yeah, he's gotten hit by a good majority of them. This could be a problem. They're going to lose this fort for sure. There's no way they can save it. Wow, Shedmeister in a world of hurt there. And with just Monk to heal you up, that's not great. The placement on that Phoenix also not the best. Stubborn Mule, you usually have great placement, but that one needed to be a little bit further north. Hopefully they can take this Punisher down before too much damage is done to their walls. It looks like they're going to accomplish that, but they're just getting rooted. Just taking roots.
Yeah, so actually it looks like the XP's turned around, and Clairvoyance is up almost to full level at this point. It has 16, so they might be looking to force a fight at some point before the gentlemen catch up to him. Yeah, that Punisher was definitely, I mean, I think gentlemen handled it pretty well. I think Clairvoyance probably would have liked to see to get a pick out of there. They weren't able to secure it though. Still, there was definitely some value found there, and ultimately the XP lead that they're still maintaining.
Yep. So it's actually pretty even in the terms of structures and kills. It's 4 kills to 2. The gentlemen are trying to get more, but Saturn 9 not able to get in that position for that perfect heroic ability of his. That Sunder going off can really destroy an enemy team. And if he can get one off and get 2-3 kills out of it, they're going to be good to go. They can push a keep. They can just make sure they have lane presence. But until then, they're on the back foot, especially with Lunara up there, just dealing damage to everything.
Yeah, so the split utility they find in Lunara has been so solid throughout the game. I mean, a lot of what we've what I've been focused on has been a lot of the engages and team rotations by the 3 and 4 man compositions. But Lunara has been hanging out in the top and rotating down to the mid lane all game, and just slowly but surely, picking away at the structures where she can, keeping the waves pushed up. If you look at where their waves are, they are all the way at the keep gates on both the mid and top lane. So they're definitely getting the value out of that pick, that's for sure.
Yeah, and in fact, Lunar is pushing into this base, or has a minion wave doing it instead, into this fort. It's burning down ammo. That's great. I mean, they're in a good spot. They're not at all in trouble, except Shot here might be in trouble. He is out by himself. There is nowhere anywhere close. He is going down. Sevens was used. That seems like a long cooldown to waste on one kill that you were pretty much guaranteed to have anyway. Zul has no escapes. There's no reason to use Sevens there.
Yeah, yeah, that was they kind of maybe jumped the gun a little bit with their ults at first. I mean, I kind of understand that excitement when you're going for a kill, but a little bit of restraint with an OBJ up might have been prudent there. Well, I guess we'll see how it plays out. They are down 1. They might be choosing to try and push this keep, though. I mean, a keep for an OBJ, I don't know at this point in the game if that would be totally the right idea, because this objective might end up costing you a keep, and this objective with a few picks might end up costing you the game. So I mean, I don't know if I would concede all of it if I could. I mean, I guess it depends when Zul comes up. But
here's the thing: Zul's still not up yet. The other team already had. The gentleman already has it. So the reason they were going after the keep is because it's something they could conceivably get. You get nothing for getting close on these objectives. Getting close gives you nothing. You don't get a partial Punisher. You don't weaken the Punisher. There is no reason, if you're not going for the objective, to not go do something else. Like, you have to just leave.
Yeah, no, totally, and that's something that I definitely understand. It's just something I always feel like at this late in the game with the stakes as high as they are, like I just kind of feel like although you are incapable of it, just wish you could do something about it. So it's more wishful thinking on my part. You're absolutely right though, Captain. And with Thrall kind of roaming around and going to answer them, I don't know. I mean, you might have been able to discreetly take that camp up top, and with the lane so far pushed, it might have been a little bit more effective if you could do it without being found out or something. I guess, yeah, I guess it's more wishful thinking on my part, though.
Yep. And that was a good use of sevens. He avatared and immediately lost all the health he thought he was getting back. Samoan Chief could be in trouble here, but Stubborn Mule, holy crap, the damage coming out from Lunara and Li Ming is massive. They're low. They need to just back off, to be honest.
Yeah, I was kind of wondering why they were taking so long to back off, because with, a couple guys down that low, one more orb, one more poison spread, and you're going to have 2 casualties and not have and a great gank would have turned into something that cost you way too much for it. But yeah, that Avatar was something else, because usually you see Muradin pop Avatar and then he's there for the fight. That disappeared so quickly. That was really something else. It was an excellent use of sevens and super effective.
Yeah, I mean, gaining health doesn't mean anything when your opponents do percentage-based damage. That's what it comes down to. I understand the popping of Avatar. It was a good one. Like, I need to stay alive. I need to not die here. Oh, 7-sided strike just went down. Okay, never mind. Like, oh, you have more health? I deal more damage. Deal.
Yeah, right. Let's do this. So
yeah,
you got Sylvanas taking care of that top wave a little bit, recognizing that is a threat, that it will cost you. And, this is something, anytime you end up with a win-win situation, and we see it in the pro and amateur competitive games once in a while, it's not by accident. It's because the team effectively pushed all their waves and were on top of that all game. And the gentleman recognized that as a threat, and Sylvanas said, hey, I can clear waves like anybody's business, and took care of it. And with that camp there, that wave should be pretty safely taken care of for the time being.
Yeah, so the problem is that they took the camp a little too early. They needed to wait until about 20 seconds were left before the shrine activated, maybe even 10 seconds, just to make sure that the camp got its full value, because it got nothing.
Yeah, I noticed that as soon as I was saying it, and or wait to cap it even, because you have most of everything else kind of capped at the moment. So, the team fight for the shrine is popping off. Rhaegar is caught. Sevens is popped. And
yeah, so Sevens was popped, hitting 2 people, doing a lot of damage. One of the things that they're not paying attention to is KT's level 20 was, hey, let's make sure chain bombs always spread. How fun is that? And Batteries was just spreading it to his allies willy-nilly back there for a couple of seconds, and it caused some problems. In fact, Lunara had to go back and heal up. This is a Punisher basically for free for the gentleman. The good news is there's a pretty healthy fort here with a fairly healthy tower to defend against the Punisher. So, not that big of a deal for them.
Yeah, definitely not the threat it would pose in maybe the top or bottom lane, but still at this point in the game, it's definitely a threat, especially when you're down 1, you're not as effectively defending as a team, and you're definitely a little bit more at risk with the gates down, trying to pull it with a potential gank, but it looks like they do so effectively and get it all the way back, and they're going to try to start burning this down. They do get the fort. I think that was a gimme. I guess we'll see how far the push ultimately goes, though.
Yeah, they knew they were giving up the fort, but with Sylvanas just shutting down all of this, that Punisher is just not dying. He has so much health left, considering he's already been through a jump phase, he's been through a fort. Like, Sylvanas does so well at making sure they do not get everything, or they don't get all those damage, all those tower shots off on the Punisher.
Yeah, the way it spreads, and you watch it go from the gate to the secondary tower to the keep or the fort or the main structure, is really it's something I've been noticing all game, and it's really something that I think the gentlemen are probably appreciating right now, because it lets them say, we're definitely getting what's right in front of us, and we'll see if we maybe can get what's behind it.
So chat wants to know where your accent is from.
My accent, New York, New York
York.
City, Long
Okay.
Island.
They're guessing they guessed Chicago, which is way off. Like I knew it wasn't Chicago, but I also grew up in northern Indiana, so that helps. The next guest was Boston. They're still guessing.
Getting there though, I guess.
It's going to take them a few minutes to find out what it actually is. They're still guessing. So well, I'll keep you up to date on that.
Yeah, I apologize. I usually do have my Chromebook open to listen and respond to you guys, so I'm sorry I don't at the moment.
Nah, they don't need it.
This is true. They do.
I'm kidding, chat. We love you.
Of course.
Don't leave us.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. Looks like Stubborn Mule. Oh, he's not gonna fall, man. I think this has been part of an issue for Clairvoyance. Has not been locking down that kill on KT all game because he's kind of been a constant presence.
Yeah, but KT or Stubborn Mule on KT is so wily. He can get out of anything. It is scary how often he lives when he shouldn't.
Man, and Karazim is just getting everybody right back up. It's that multiple heal. People know where they need to be healed by him, and he knows where he needs to be. You know, recognizing that who the poison's affecting and the multiple targets and stuff. So they've really been doing a great job countering a lot of the damage from Clairvoyance and making sure it's not sticking.
Yes, they have indeed. And I like this play. I like this play a lot. They're finally, this is a good time to pick up this camp. It's just a couple of seconds until the shrine spawns. The other team has to determine, hey, do we want this camp? Do we want to go stop that camp, or do we want to go get the shrine? Now, the gentlemen don't know where they are. They can't see them. They should have known they were getting the camp. They probably should have already started on this objective. It is Arcane, which is still the strongest Punisher of all of them. Shot is just being so aggressive, and it's not working out for him so far. If he can lock Stubborn Mule down, they have a shot. Haha, lol. I just made a pun on accident. I'm sorry. And then, I'm sorry.
It's
hey, somebody guessed it. Haloran guessed New York. He's gonna hear it in just a second. He's gonna be super excited.
That's awesome. Good, congratulations, Haloran. Yeah, so I think with Zool, when you have a Poison Nova, you see those more aggressive Zools, and that's definitely something that might be like worth it, where Poison Nova's chunking half the damage of the whole team. But where you don't necessarily need to be it, like if Lunera's trying to flank around, maybe lock him down and get the kill or something. But if it's not happening by this point in the game, you got to start,
Right, but he doesn't have Poison Nova.
Exactly, yeah, and that's what I'm getting at, and you got to start falling back. They do get the Punisher here, though. Gentleman unable to secure it from him, and we'll see how...
Shenmeister's going down here.
Oh, they do have him up there. Ooh, does not look like he's going to be able to get out of this at all.
Nope. Oh, he is buying time, though. His teammates are down bottom, just chunking away at this at this Punisher, trying to deal as much damage as they can before it gets to the wall. They need to kill this fast because they know they're going to lose a keep no matter what.
Yeah, and I'd say the smart move by Clairvoyance is going to the top lane, the lane that they've been pushing all game. They have their Mercam push in here, and they are going to get this keep. So definitely an excellent move on their part. So much so the gentlemen leave the Punisher with barely any health left and go up top to answer them.
Yeah, so they just lost that keep like we thought they would. Their core is under attack, but these things die to core, so that's not a big issue. But their middle keep now is under attack as well. They have to go shut this down, even though they don't have Joanna yet. They're going to lose 2 keeps for this, possibly 3 if Clairvoyance really wants to push it. They're pushing it. They have 15 seconds. They know they have 15 seconds. They're going for it. Why not?
Yeah, this is going to be quite a difficult thing to come back from, man. Having all your keeps up, having 2 of your keeps up is something that keeps you in the game. Having all of your keeps down is something that puts you on the ropes in it. So they are going to back off, being that Joe's coming up right now. But I think that's what the gentlemen realized. They said, hey, if we don't stop them, they're going to get both the keeps. It wasn't so much to save that top lane one, but to save the mid one, and they were unable to do it without Joe. I think that really attests to the presence Shenmeister's had playing Johanna throughout the game, but it definitely a little bit of an issue there if she falls again.
Yeah, it definitely is. Stubborn Mule could actually die here. He is getting hit by everything, including the Mark camp. That's a problem. If any of them died right here, that's it. That's game. They're 2 down already. Gaspar. is going down as well. This is going to be game. This is GG. Insomnia in the back line just dealing damage. I still don't think they can win this.
No, because I think they're gonna clean it up. Yeah, Li Ming. Yeah.
Shenmeister is going down as well. So Shenmeister's going to buy as much time as he can. Unfortunately, he can't buy any time. They're just ignoring him.
Yeah, exactly. And at this point, I mean, if you can get the kill, you get the kill. Otherwise, you go and finish the core. Yeah, that was a little bit rough, man. Stubborn Mule and
Wow.
both fell real quickly. Quite the finish to the game. Especially, Stubborn Mule was taking so much damage from that Merc camp, kind of just standing there constantly taking it. And I think that really cost him because it was an easy kill at that point once they realized how low he actually was. So, yeah, that's going to be GG, man. Quite the finish, quite the back and forth, quite the competitive game. Well played by both teams.
Yeah, definitely. The gentleman consistently ahead in terms of objectives, in terms of kills. GG Romo. That's funny. In terms of objectives and kills, consistently doing better, having better rotations in all sorts of things. But 153,000 damage from Li Ming is something that apparently you cannot come back from.
Yeah, I mean, 27
Wow.
minute game. Not that that's any. I never see. Anytime I say that, when like you bring in the length of the game, it's not meant to take anything away from that.
No, that's great.
That's just to put it in context. Like it's like, oh man, if she went for 40 minutes, she would have had 250. Just constantly. That's like a ton of damage.
She did not die once. Biceps on Li Ming did not die a single time.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah, that was.
That is impressive because you do not have a lot of health.
Yeah, for sure. And a lot of Zul slow, Lunera slow, and it kind of let Li Ming clean up and deal the damage where she needed to. So definitely a solid comp on their part. My bad for not totally seeing it at the beginning.
I mean, I didn't see it either. It was picked oddly, and it was very late game. The later the game went, the better off they were. I was not expecting Zul to pick up Skeletal Mages. That still seems like not a great plan. The enemy team has 3 melee characters, and he picked up Skeletal Mages.
Yeah,
I personally would have gone for Poison Nova because they're going to be trying to get in there, deal damage to you, especially if you play aggressively with just a Mirrodin as melee on your team. Because Rhaegar kind of fits this weird, he is melee, but he can't. He only had 6,000 damage because he was trying to stay alive, and without being able to Ancestral or cleanse yourself, that's being out front is a problem for him. So it worked. Obviously, it worked, but he was a little trigger happy, I think, on the Skeletal Mages.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of see that they were kind of going for the Skeletal Mages. They had that 30% slow, I think 30%, maybe 20%, 25. They had a slow. Then you kind of have the Lunera added damage. I forgot what the talent's called. I meant to look at it in the game, and she has that added damage to the slow. And then you have Li Ming attacking slow targets, and ultimately a 20 with a slow on Disintegrate. So I kind of see what they were. It's just like an overall incapacitation thing going on, and at the end of the game, it paid off big time because they were able to lock down the kills where they wanted. Lunera constantly coming around, flanking as a threat there. So definitely well played, well put together as well.
Definitely, exactly what you just said. Well played, well put together. It was kind of weird to see how well they did with a comp that when we looked at, we went, what is this? Is this a thing? Are they? They have a bunch of good heroes, but I'm not seeing how they fit together. They worked. I mean, they just had enough damage that they worked. And I'm going to give a shout out to all you guys who are still here. And by still here, I mean the number just keeps climbing, and it's crazy, and we love it. Thank you so much for coming out and hanging out on this Sunday evening. Or if you're on the other side of the planet, Saturday morning, or Monday morning, rather. Yeah, that's fantastic. So, if you guys want to get involved, please do. You can get involved in a myriad of tournaments coming up this week. There's Heroes Hype on Wednesday. There's NexARAMas and the ARAM tournament, all random, all mid, played on Lost Caverns. With us on Thursday. There's Divergent Gaming on Friday. There's Rockjaws. I've already forgotten the name of it. Their tournament. What do they call that? Rockjaws.
Nova Storm.
Nova Storm. Yes. Thank you. I'm glad you remembered. Rockjaws Nova Storm on Saturday, and then Mother's Day is Sunday. So I think everyone in the Heroes scene is taking the day off.
Yeah, Mother's Day. Well, let's not to get off on
Are,
another
are, you-
tangent
are you
about it, but
laughing at Mother's Day? I feel like you're laughing at Mother. You're definitely now. You're definitely laughing at
I'm
Mother's Day.
definitely laughing at Mother's Day. Oh no, I just was, I was about to say something. I was like, oh no, let's try not to get off another tangent. But call your mom, send them a card. That's it.
Yep, definitely,
Uh,
definitely. Yeah, thanks, guys. We love it.
yeah,
If you
thanks.
want to get, go ahead. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. No, I just want to thank everybody for hanging out again. I just real treat blast casting with you, Captain, and I really want to thank you guys for having me and everybody watching. It's a really, really awesome experience, and I enjoy it.
Sweet. If you guys want to get involved or help out the prize pool for this season, the prize pool is currently at $437. You can go to Matcherino and donate by putting in exclamation point Matcherino. It'll give you a link to our tournament. Speaking of links, I just sent you a draft link. I hope that was
All
right now.
right.
Yes. Okay. Cool.
Yep.
That'll give you the link to Matcherino's site for our tournament. You can give us a free $1 by clicking donate, signing in with your Twitch account, and then putting in the code word NextVerse, and that just puts a free $1 in the prize pool for anyone that wants it. Like for the players. Wow, I need a nap apparently. Puts a free $1 in there for the players who win this season. They get all that money. It all goes to them. Right now we're at like $300 and some to first place and $130 something to second. That is fantastic.
That's awesome. It's such a boost to an amateur team who's probably doing most of this without any money or anything. So, taking again a few $100 at once can really help them enabled to do things that they weren't doing before. So definitely an awesome thing, and I definitely encourage everybody to donate what you can, or even go to the Matcherino and follow Captain's instructions to get $1 to the pool.
Yeah, and to let you guys know, let me refresh this real quick. Some people I need to give shout outs to. Aonx from 40 Hands, you donated $100, dude. That's incredible. Thank you so much. Like that helps everybody in this scene. Like I said, it all goes to the teams. We don't see $1 of it. Matcherino doesn't see $1 of it. It all gets paid out to the teams. That's incredible. Bleedies, $20. Thanks, man. Haloran, another $20. Sweebeeps, $20. I mean, you guys are great. That we could not do this without your help in getting these teams some cash, getting them some money so that they can actually feel like they're doing something with this. I know some of these teams want to go pro. We've seen RFS and qualifiers compete, I think in every qualifier. I don't know if they competed today. I wasn't around. I assume they did. But they're always there. They're always doing well, and they're always going up against top tier teams and giving them a run for their money, and that's fantastic. We want amateur teams to do that because we want we want the pro guys to say, oh well, this is an amateur team. We got this. We're so good at the game. Look at us. And then go, wait, why are we losing? What's happening right now? And it's like you're losing because you're not paying attention to what else is out there. You're not paying attention to the amateur teams. You thought this would be a troll game, and it's not. And that's fantastic. That's what we need. We need that because it grows a community. It lets not just pro players but managers, coaches, organizations, they look at that and say, wow, these guys are not bad at all. Like, we just assumed all amateur teams were bad. If we put some money behind them and they can actually practice throughout the day instead of having to go to work and like do jobs that are boring or might suck, they can just focus on their gameplay and get significantly better. That lets us, as North America, not lose to MVP Black at BlizzCon.
Yeah.
Because right now, that's what it looks like is going to happen. So thank you guys so much for donating. That is fantastic. Thanks. That's what I got.
No, dude, you couldn't have said it any better, because one of the big things in StarCraft 2, everyone always said, was the Asian teams, they get players when they're like 13, 14 and say like, oh, you're pretty good mechanically, or you understand some fundamentals, and they put them under the wing of somebody who's phenomenal. And, obviously at a certain point, like, you can't do that because you're either working or, have other commitments and stuff. Not that anyone should not go to school and everything. 14 super young, but if we could have more of a farming development in NA, I think we would see it would just add a wider berth of players for pro teams to cultivate from, and it would give a lot of flexibility and a lot of depth. So you're 100% spot on with that, Captain.
Yeah, and,
Well
and we
said.
see that all the time. You're right about that in Korea, StarCraft especially. I know some of the pro players over there that have taken. They've talked about we take in kids and they just practice with them every day for like 3 years, and those kids
Yeah.
become really good at the game. Turns out. So anyway, we'll get back to this game. Just food for thought. RFS getting first ban of the draft. They ban out Zool and immediately pick up Tracer. I honestly do not know who's going to be playing Tracer. I can usually with RFS figure out who's playing who. I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I really been enjoying watching the Tracer play, and I guess if I'm being honest, the Tracer kills maybe a little bit more because these guys can be really effective at it. But we got KT banned by Clairvoyance, definitely understandable. I ask myself quite often why KT isn't banned more in Hero League, but Clairvoyance definitely knows better than most people out there, so they ban him out, and we're gonna see what first two picks they go with any moment here, I imagine.
Yeah, so Thrall will probably be one of them. Obviously, KT can't be one of them.
Yeah,
But
for sure. I mean, definitely, I think the Thrall pick would be smart. I think maybe they're considering it's Infernal Shrines again. So, yep, there we go for the Thrall for the solo lane. And do we see the Li Ming? Yep,
yep,
there goes Li Ming.
Li Ming's still very strong. Especially, I mean, again, this is Infernal Shrines where one minion being in the wrong spot can just destroy her ability to do damage.
Yeah, so I think like when Li Ming first came out, it was very much a oh, this isn't a high skill cap hero. And if we're all being honest, like I hopped on it, got it at level 5, and did so like very efficiently, and I had never played it before or anything. But if you have a really good Li Ming who's really like making sure his damage stays on target and locking down kills, it's that much even like more effective, I think. So I mean, obviously in some regards. So we see Tyrande and ETC though, definitely two solid pickups by RFS.
Yeah, definitely. And they're obviously going for that little bit of a stun comp here, especially with Tracer. If they're not moving, Tracer doesn't have to kite them. It's perfect.
Yeah, that's actually a really good point, especially with Tyranda's stun having the range it does. I mean, Tracer could really get in there, clean up kills, use it to really grab picks and stuff. So we got a task ban by Clairvoyance. And RFS is going to ban out.
They should ban out a warrior, probably Muradin, maybe Joanna if they're worried about that. Sylvanas is a good pick too. I like that. It stops Clairvoyance from having that split push power, which we saw last game. It used to excellent effect. We've seen RFS pull this off a lot on this map, where they will take a Sylvanas and just like, okay, 4 people will go with the Punisher, and then Sylvanas will just go destroy a lane.
Yeah, take it all for herself, like nothing in my way.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I hear that, man. And I think with the Tacitor ban, rather, we might see I don't know, maybe a Zeratul down the line for Tracer or even Tyrande. I don't know. I mean, obviously the Vision's always a help, but that specific ban, I wonder if we're gonna see Zeratul at some point.
Yeah, Zeratul's in a
Yeah,
weird
I
spot.
know.
I mean, he's not in a bad spot. He's just in a weird spot where you can take him. He's still good, but it's kind of situational. So we'll see. They do pick up the Uther. I like this. It gives them that divine shield on whoever they need it. Maybe Thrall, but maybe they're looking for somebody else. I mean, it also takes away the divine shield from Tracer, and ETC, which is the goal. Like that's Tracer with the divine shield on her is such a pain. Holy crap! I have never been more annoyed ever in my life than I was with a freaking Tracer with a D shield.
Yeah, I could only imagine. I haven't had the agony of playing through that, but that must be a real pain. I know also Uther's just like I really I like Uther was one of the first heroes I started playing in this game, so I am super partial to him as a healer, but he's really one of those guys where you can say he's plenty good, plenty effective, has a lot of like utility and everything, and a good Uther who really lands that W on a lot of targets can deal a little damage and heal up a few targets. And you're saying, hey, if we don't want them to end up with Uther and ETC, let's just take him as our own healer. You don't need to worry about banning him out or anything, and you're just effective in that role. Whereas some other heroes you might be stuck just banning because they're not going to work for you, like he would. Muradin is picked up. That impressive beard. I always find that so impressive in his image. It's like
I
this
tried to
glorious thing.
I tried to grow out a beard like that. So it turns out when my beard gets long, it turns really red. And
That's awesome.
it splits into two, so I could do that, but it doesn't grow long. It's a mess. It's too curly. It's too curly. Inverum, I'm sorry, man. Look. I know you built me draft. I know you built draft overlays for me for today, and I'm not using them. And then you go out of the country, so you're not gonna get to see me use them. I thought about doing it like real quick earlier during the first draft, and then I remembered I have to chroma key out a bunch of stuff, and I was like, you know what? He can wait. He can wait 5 weeks until he gets back to see him. Sorry.
Oh man.
I appreciate it. It looks great. I just I didn't do it. I didn't do the thing. I'm sorry.
Oh, that's funny, man.
My bad. So we'll get back to this. Karzim for Ethics and Lunara for Sleepy Bear. Here, I like it. I like it. They have some stun. They have some slows. They have a Tracer and a bunch of poison damage. And Uther, not great against poison damage, turns
No,
out.
that was something we pointed out last game during the draft, and we saw how effective Karzim was healing up everybody who was poisoned, and it definitely saved them from getting a couple extra kills throughout the game. And then they take Lunara too. I wonder if that's almost half like a denial thing, because Insomnia was so effective on her, both pushing the lane on her own, clearing the waves, and just all around dealing tons of damage. So I guess we'll see how this plays out. They do take Volstad though, so I imagine he could be equally effective if he's playing some DPS. And they do have a similar kind of I guess with the Li Ming. I mean, she dealt so much damage last game, but you got a Thrall root there. Good engage with the Sunder and everything. Volstad slow again. So yeah, this should be interesting. This looks like a really solid matchup between the two teams. They both drafted really well, and I wouldn't say one or the other has a solid upper hand here.
Yeah, I would agree with that as well. I'm sorry, Ethics. You were sending me stuff, like questions, and I did not respond at all because I didn't know you were sending me things. My bad. Yeah, no, they. I was wondering what took them so long on their first pick, because they were looking at Tracer. It turns out Ethics was messaging me to find out if Tracer was still banned. my bad.
Oh man, that was
that's on me. I just invited you to the game and you didn't join. You should join this time.
Oh, I am so sorry, dude. I saw the send the invite again. My bad.
There you go.
I am a little slow at times. My bad.
No worries. Just want to make sure you get in before they start.
Yeah.
Yeah. This draft though, I like both of them. RFS's is a little wonky, I would say. It's a good word for it.
Yeah.
Tracer, we still don't really know where she fits in. I think Inverum's threatening me. He said, "I will have a vacation. I will have a tablet on vacation. I'll be waiting. ... That sounds ominous. You're not like vacationing near Tennessee, right? You're gonna be on the other side of the planet. Anyway, I'm still not entirely sure where Tracer fits in drafts. She does tons of damage, and she's very much a pain to deal with. But
Yeah. So okay. So I mean, I play it out like this. Like, how many times last game did we see like Karzim jump in and heal three of the people affected by the poison, right? When you don't necessarily have that like multi-target. I mean, Uther's got his W, I guess, to alleviate some of it, but you got someone nice and low like Stubborn Mule was a couple times last game. Tracer can hop in there and make sure they're dead. So I think we might be seeing her more in that kind of role, like securing those kills, getting in and getting out. But I guess we'll have to see. And I was silly of me. I'm sorry, guys. I mean, I guess like I really like seeing Zeratul play competitively, but the task ban was mostly so that they don't pick up the Tyrande task combo and Shield Tracer, who is equally difficult to deal with those shields on.
And heals very quickly with those shields on.
Yeah.
If you take that whole
Leeching,
tree.
plasma, yeah.
Yeah. Leeching Plasma and Kala's Embrace really guarantee her at full health all the time. There's not a way to stop her from being at full health at that point.
Yeah, that's a good point.
It's a bit of a problem.
I always wondered if they might, not that I think she's like really overpowered or needs a nerf or anything. I'm not as vocal in that regard as some people, but I always wondered if maybe we'll see. I did a pretty good discussion with someone the other day. Maybe some sort of like mana pool or some sort of like using the reload thing and like more of like to kind of, I don't know, maybe
Make
like,
it more of an active ability.
Yeah, or just like maybe like put some sort of like a little bit of breathing room with how like because it's just so nonstop, and
Yes.
yeah, just some kind of like, hey, like okay, after she does this 5 times, the reload takes 3 seconds or something like that.
Yeah. So the thing is, I'm being asked if all the games are in Ord 1 now. I I don't know. Look, man, you may read the rules, but I don't necessarily do that. So I'll give you an answer in a minute. But as far as Tracer goes, she's too forgiving. Is really what the issue is now,
Yeah.
and that causes a massive issue of like they keep saying, oh, we're gonna make her a really high skill cap character now, and we're gonna make sure that she, it's people at the top do really well, but people that aren't so good with her don't do as well. And then they give her a button that literally like, oh, something bad has happened to me. I'll press this button, and it just it just goes away. And it's like that's not a high skill cap. Last I checked, that was the opposite of what you just talked about. I just that's not. I don't get it. I don't know. Maybe it's me. Yeah.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right, man, because I'm sorry. It is too forgiving, especially after 20 when she like heals back and everything. And like, not every hero has like the KT option of throwing a free ability on her to maybe force the recall or something. So it definitely like if you're blowing an ability to force the recall, she almost has the value in that. And then plus when she's finishing every game still with 60 or 70,000 damage, it's like, well, are we really shutting her down? I'm forcing the recall, but she's still putting the damage somewhere. So, and still finished with 8, 9, 10 actual kills, for herself, and then, has a 75% kill participation in all your takedowns. So it's like, well, did we shut her down? Not really,
Yeah.
So you're right about it. She absolutely is way too forgiving. So we'll see. I guess I don't know if we'll see the nerf necessarily now that people learn to play against her a little bit better, but I imagine there might be something coming in the future for her.
Yeah, yep, definitely. So I've got asked if we're doing reruns or anything. All the matches that we stream today will be on YouTube. You can go to youtube.com/ I don't think we got a real thing yet. Dang it. I'll put a link in the chat. Hold on. 2 seconds. I'll get there, team. I promise. My channel.
Do you mind if I introduce?
Yeah, go for it. Sorry.
Sure, not a problem. On Clairvoyance, we have Battery playing Muradin, Insomnia playing the Li Ming, Samoan Chief on Uther, Shot playing Thrall, and Biceps on Volstad.
And on the side of RFS, we have Ethics on the Monk, Percival playing ETC, Nesper playing Tracer there, Needham on, wow, that's surprising, Needham playing Lunara, and Sleepy Bear on Tyrande. I thought for sure Sleepy Bear would be playing the right click to win hero. He's so good at it. It's scary good.
Yeah, Nesper, out of his more traditional melee assassin role we usually see him play, he took Thrall the last game we watched, so should be interesting to see. I mean, I'm sure Tracer's super effective, period, so I'm sure he'll be putting some hurt on.
Yeah, so this is a weird split. They're actually going to throw their Monk up top. Monk, of course, a decent 1v1, not necessarily against Thrall, but decent solo laner by himself. But that means that they have only Sleepy Bear down here to heal them up.
Now, in the 4-man rotation, I guess if you avoid the fights, it might be something you can effectively pull off. Make sure ETC eats a lot of that Li Ming damage. You might be okay, but I think it does add quite a bit of variable to it, being that Lunara is on the squishier end. I guess when you're weighing your options, though, Thrall's wave clear is arguably not that great. Kharazim's is maybe on the same level in that sense, and Kharazim's healing will let him sustain against Thrall. I guess that's maybe what they're thinking, or maybe not bullied around as much, because they were definitely lacking maybe that strong solo laning presence against Thrall.
Yeah, well, and the other thing is, Kharazim doesn't really add anything to the rotation.
Yes, excellent.
Just healing.
Excellent point.
Yeah.
And you got that covered in some regard by Tyrande, so it's almost by default falling into the soul lane. They are going to rotate up to see if they can grab Thrall, and they do have him pushed back into the shrine there.
I'm pretty sure he's going down.
Yeah, I imagine it now. Everyone is coming up to save him, and quite going to create... Oh, so he's down in time. And now, are we going to see the 4v4 engage? It looks like it.
Yes, we are. Percival probably going to power slide here in just a second back into Biceps, make sure he can't go anywhere. There it is. Wow, that stun coming out on Uther afterwards. Uther is going down, but now he is Ghost Uther, the best healer in the game for 8 seconds. Dude, Ghost Uther is so strong. It's just silly. Sleepy Bear kind of stuck there. He's going to go down. Biceps might go down too, but Ethic's going down instead. There's no support left. Nesper just barely blinking, or not blinking, recalling out of that orb. Meanwhile, Lunara's down here. She has 12 kills already against these Guardians. Not a care in the world. Just, hey, if you guys are going to fight up there, I'll do a thing down here. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, no harm in getting it started, and Thrall coming to push her out there, saying, "Hey, you're not going to 1v1 me."
Yep.
But ultimately, that was an interesting engage. 2 for 1, not ideal for them, but definitely an interesting engage. Watching Tracer get right on Li Ming and force her to back up and really pay attention to her own positioning and where she's at and how effectively she was probably getting off her abilities. So
yeah, because I like that Tracer is a Li Ming counter, because you can get right up to her and very easily make her miss all her skill shots. Because it makes Li Ming players worry about their positioning much more than they used to, and that's great. This Shrine fight, though, is still pretty even. It's 22 to 29, 22 to 30. Wow, okay, it's quickly not getting even, because not all of Clairvoyance is here. And by not here, I mean Thrall is dead.
Yeah, so that was actually really interesting. They thought they had Tracer. They were kind of laying it on her. She recalled out of there, and ETC took her spot, where it was kind of like a whoop, and he took their spot with the power slide, so Thrall ended up stunned at low health, and they finished him off quite quickly. So Kharazim's going to go up and soak, while the rest of them push with this Frozen Punisher. They pull it over the wall. They should be able to burn it down pretty quickly.
Yep, Nesper's going to go up and soak too, which is what he needs to do, especially since Mirrodin is trying to get stuff done. You pretty much always want to have 2 people soaking on the first one.
Yeah, absolutely. The 3-man push with 2 soaking. When I didn't see it actually at first, I was a little curious. I figured we might see it develop, someone finally pull off. But yeah, absolutely on the first one, because it's ultimately one of the kind of weaker objectives and one of the more efficiently dealt with objectives. So early on, they're don't quite have the punch other OBJs do.
Yep. So I gotta say, a Tracer versus Mirrodin fight is surprisingly one-sided in Tracer's direction. I did not think that would be accurate, but Nesper just decimated Battery there. That was nuts. I love it. Yeah. Holy crap! Thank you. I just want to give a shout out to everybody that's watching right now. Damn, guys. Thanks for coming out rather. Thanks for showing up and watching the game. These 2 teams, these are the finals. It's best of 3. This is game 1 for those of you that just joined. So be prepared for an excellent series. Both these teams we've seen a lot of. It ought to be pretty good.
Yeah, absolutely. We see an aggressive camp here by
RFS.
RFS. I'm sorry there, guys. I mix up the team names sometimes between the red and blue. But yeah, so an aggressive camp still there. I mean, it's something that'll probably be dealt with pretty quickly, and Clairvoyant's unable to try and maybe grab a pick or anything there. Yeah, kind of interesting. I mean, more than anything, you're denying them a camp when the next objective pops up, being that the first one was at the bottom, the next one will be probably at the top or mid. So not the worst call. I mean, not 100% sure if it would have been worth it. They got a pick there, but they didn't. So definitely a good call by RFS, the aggressive play.
Yeah, and I really love most of the builds, actually all the builds coming out from RFS, but we'll get to that in a second. As Needham gets caught out, he is super low. Biceps coming in, trying to finish that off, but just taking hits instead. Shot very low as well. Nesper is just everywhere.
Yeah, this Tracer play is really enjoyable to watch. He's really showing that potential on the high skill cap side of things, where there's like this whole little engage and team fight going on, and he's somewhere else, like just like chunking down someone that needs to be chunked down, and it's really it's almost hard to keep track of. You know, I thought I was learning to keep track of Tracers pretty well, but he's super quick on it.
Yes, and that's true. Tracer is very difficult as a player to keep track of where they're at. The good news for Clairvoyance here is that Nesper on that Tracer does not have a whole lot of wave clear.
Yeah, so, and that's doubly so
Oh,
on this map.
Samoan Chief getting just chunked down there, able to walk out and heal himself up. The rest of RFS decided, you know what? Tracer and Lunara have that. We'll just come down here and do damage and scare people off.
Yeah, and ultimately it did. I mean, it's a mortar punisher, I guess arguably the weakest of the three, but still it's an objective. It's the second one. This is, you know, you end up, I mean, they did a good job defending the last one by all means. You don't see that effectiveness they had when Sylvanas was shutting everything down at once, but Lunara, we saw last game, is great at prioritizing structures and getting damage done and all around. So, I mean, eventually as these get stronger, it's going to cost you if you end up getting a little distracted there and not
Wow. Okay, so I just want to call that out. Nesper dove deep, threw his ult out, then recalled back. Meanwhile, Starfall came down to deal damage. I think ETC popped Mosh Pit, but immediately got stunned out of it or moved out of it. Dang, that was aggressive on their part for very little. They didn't get anything out of it, but they got awfully close. If that would have worked out how they wanted it to, that would have been 2 or 3 dead heroes for sure.
Yeah, 100%. I was actually concentrating on like where the fort and the Punisher was, and that was just past it. Thank you for noticing and calling it out, Captain. That would have been pretty interesting. The Starfall choice with the Mosh Pit is something Starfall really hits hard. It's not something you want to get caught in fighting at all. So I think it'll be interesting to see if they can get that Mosh Pit on Muradin. Ideally Muradin Falstad, but definitely Muradin, and see if they can get Starfall on it, because at least everybody else probably end up close enough to either knock him out of it or focus him down that they'll be taking damage from it. So definitely going to be fun combo to watch.
Yep, exactly right. Shot up here taking this camp. He's a little slow at it doing it by himself, but they know what's going on. They now see that this camp is being taken. I'm not sure there's anything RFS can actually do to deal with, like to come up here and steal it. They're too far away. They did get this aggressive camp down at the bottom, though. Again, they keep invading like that and taking this. And you mentioned it last time. It's mostly just you don't want the enemies to get it. They're just trying to deny it. But they now have 6 of these things in this lane. The other team has to take care of it. If Clairvoyance doesn't clean this up, they will decimate that lane.
Yeah, and we saw how much those guys did to KT at the end of last game. I mean, the Mercs can hit hard. It's not something you want to take a team fight having to clear at the same time, and it's something that absolutely has to be answered, particularly when they're doubled up. So, and it lets them take their camp freely up top and then clear the one that Clairvoyance took early. We do have Clairvoyance possibly sent up. Oh, Thrall Sunder comes out, but misses Nesper, and that that would have been
That's the problem. They're going to be very behind. Sunder's down for quite a while. And that means they can't use it to engage on this very tiny area in here. Like this bottom one is an amazing place for a Sunder because it's so small. There's very little room to do anything, to maneuver anywhere. Sunder here would be amazing, but they burned it trying to kill off Tracer, and they didn't get anything done with it.
Yeah, they set up in that bush nicely, and a kill there kind of ensures the OBJ in a lot of ways, and it missed, so it's definitely going to cost. We're seeing it cost them right now as RFS finishes up this objective quite quick. Lunera effective at clearing out those minions with the poison.
Yes, her level 7 talent deals 200% more damage to non-heroic targets. That includes those minions, that includes any objective, that includes buildings. It's crazy.
Yeah,
Nature's calling.
Yeah, on this map is definitely something I learned thoroughly last game, and we're seeing it utilized by RFS this time. And there goes the fort and the well, and this Immortal's got a lot of. This Punisher's got a lot of health. I mean, they're gonna pull it over the wall, but I think they'll get the gate. Well placed Starfold to zone people out, and yeah, imagine they're gonna get the gate here.
Need him just small walled so that he can walk in and auto attack other people too. I love that. They need to back off though. They're on even talent tiers. They don't have any significant lead. They're even on health and mana. There's no reason to keep fighting this. They just back off, get this bottom camp, clean out mid, go top, clean that up too. This is going to turn into an interesting fight right here because ETC, that was amazing. Good pushback there. But Percival might be in trouble.
Yeah, Karzim came down, I guess, in time to get a heal on Tracer there. She is going to tap the well. She was right on Li Ming where she needed to be, and it looks like they might have successfully saved themselves from getting a kill, but I'm not sure if they should be hanging around too much longer. Divine Shield popped on Thrall, and he's dealing a ton of damage to ETC. The palms on ETC, and they waited to get the kill on him, and it... Oh, there he goes down finally, but is Li Ming going to fall for it?
Yes, indeed, Li Ming is. She cannot escape. There's nothing left. Sleepy Bear getting damaged as well. Needs a heal. Oh, my goodness, he got out. Everyone is low on the side of Clairvoyance. And by... Oh, man. Nope. Simone Chief is dead. Ooh. Battery should survive this unless Nesper gets very aggressive. Which, as we've seen his Illidan plays, he doesn't mind being in the enemy base by himself dealing damage.
And I guess there's some parallels maybe between the Illidan and Tracer plays. It looks like they're going to go for this keep with everyone down. They don't have ETC to tank it, but there is a minion wave coming up right now. No, it looks like they'll back.
Sleepy Bear, run! they need to leave now.
Yeah, Thrall's back up. He's going to hurt him. Tracer's recall says goodbye.
Nesper is so good at paying attention to when her recall is, or where her recall is going to take her. It is scary good.
Yeah, that was really like super well timed too. So he's definitely really on point with Tracer. It's really been a blast watching this super effective Tracer play. Owl knocks Samoan Chief off his mount. That camp fell ridiculously fast with the poison and Tracer like finishing off the targets. So I think that might have been a little bit of a reflection of how they just dealt their damage at that team fight. I think that poison with Tracer focusing, I mean, ETC took a lot of the hits for the damage going towards RFS, but I think as they scale, they're going to really be forced to be reckoned with here.
Yeah, especially since as you get better, as you level up, it's much easier for Nesper to get his heroic up. We actually timed it the other day, a buddy of mine and I. We can, at level 1, you can get your heroic up in 24 seconds.
Wow.
Yes, assuming you're doing constant damage, which on these shrines you pretty much are. It's 24 seconds is what it takes, and that's not even the quickest it can be done. That's me doing it, not a pro player.
Yeah, exactly. It's not Nesper, who is now way in. Oh, it is going to cost them there. They do finally catch him chasing down Battery. He did chuck down half of Murden's health, though. Yeah,
it looked like he tried to recall there, but he didn't quite get it off before falling. So they're going to be down a man fighting this. And with Thrall coming in, with that Sunder, Sleepy Bear's in trouble.
Oh, gets the Mosh off, followed by the Starfall. Nice return on the damage there. I thought it was going to go in Clairvoyance's way, but it looks like RFS kind of turned that around a little bit and has them on the run. They probably want to back out here, though. They are down 2 people, one a damage dealer and one a healer and damage dealer.
Yeah, the ability, Tyrande, of course, very strong. Able to Hunter's Mark people, able to heal, able to put down that Starfall. All of those things do amazingly against a team like this, especially since they have 3 melee heroes.
Yeah, and Tyranda's utility is really like unparalleled in the game, I feel like. So having her down I think is just something that kind of and like especially with the way some Hunter's Mark works, you won't even necessarily realize how much it was doing for you until it's not there, and you're like, well, why isn't that person dead? Why do they only have a quarter health left or something? So,
I'm
definitely a nice turnaround on their part, though.
Nesper. What are you doing? He just tried to solo the top camp, and he can't. It turns out you can't do it.
She had to hearth.
Yeah, he left, had to hearth back, and then like the camp was at full health before Needham and Sleepy Bear got there. So for all of you wanting to play, I bet he's just never tried before, and he was like, "Hey guys, I'm gonna go do this. I'll be back in a minute."
Yeah, I'm here. You know,
I might as well.
not engaging or anything. Yeah, let me give it a go. And
Yeah, did
turns
not
out,
work out.
yeah, it turns out it's not a good idea. So take note.
Yeah, I like. So the funniest part is, Inverum just mentioned RFS, the roster shift, did some work here. Yeah, so in a few minutes you're going to be upset that he just tried to take that by himself. So have fun with that one, buddy.
Looks
It was
like,
entertaining.
yes, it definitely was. Looks like they're both kind of squaring up here. I don't know if we're going to see an engage here. Well, the shrine's up, so I'm sure we'll see one shortly. Doral had a great Sunder before when the Immortal was up, before RFS turned it around on him. So I wonder if we'll see another flanking Sunder like that. Ooh, the Owl gives away the position.
That does so much damage, and that wasn't even a full-length owl. That was bare. Like they probably had an extra 50% to 100% damage on that, but you can get up to 200%. So.
Yeah,
Man.
absolutely. That owl really chunks you, especially with someone like Li Ming or something. Catching you. Doral might be caught out here, I guess. Oh, nope, he's going to fall back.
Not enough burst damage on the side of Nesper there to really take care of a Thrall. Especially since if he turns around and actually fights and hits her with any abilities, he's back at full health and she's not.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. So, ooh, Tracer.
I have no idea where Tracer went. There. Okay, I saw her recall and then she was just gone off my screen.
Yeah, I guess she went straight back up top and landed next to Li Ming. Was able to get some damage on her, but it looks like Clairvoyance is able to kind of keep that keep that in line and heal it up. They're all with the Sunder out though. Are they gonna get? Ooh, Tyrande responds with the Starfall. She is gonna fall though, and it looks like RFS.
They just need one. They just need one.
Excellent, great point, Captain. Thank
yeah,
you,
that was it. Yeah, a lot of times the team fight's the important thing. There, it wasn't. They knew they just needed one. They were just looking for that little bit. They still have a healer. Like Tyrande being down doesn't hurt them as much as it would if, say, Uther went down, because they still have a healer. Oh no, battery.
Oh, the Immortal finishing him off with the.
You know what? John Cena wants to play too, so.
As a word to say. Now I don't know. I think they're gonna get this keep, but not nearly as an effective push as if they had all 5 of them. And well, they were low damage, and slowly they're coming back up.
They also have level 20. They're talent tier up.
Yeah, so let's, I don't know, let's see if, no, it doesn't look like they're going to make more out of it. I mean, that's kind of one of those things that go back and forth, but it's also one of those things that could really cost you if you kind of get caught out or overextend, and like they had kind of ended up filled back up. You know, Uther will get his team back up too eventually, so definitely not something I guess they wanted to pursue too aggressively.
No, and they don't need to. They can go back, take these camps. I expect Ethics to roam top to deal with that wave. That looks like what he's doing, and this other camp is up as well. If they want to do an aggressive invade, they could. Probably not the best plan, but there is a lot of pressure on Clairvoyance right now, and they don't have 20.
Yeah, and I want to note something here right now, too. I don't know. I guess it's been the cumulative objectives and everything. Ooh, are they going to catch Li Ming out here? Tracer on her. She's going to have to recall when Thrall turns around with the Wolf. Ooh, that could have been bad.
Nesper on that. This is why I don't like playing against Tracers. Because a good one is going to destroy your team.
Yeah, and they're just so... Oh, they're all with the Sunder. They are going to steal the camp, their own camp, from RFS. Starfall comes out. ETC taking quite a bit of damage. They are going to try and fall back here, though. I think it just a little bit too strong an engage from Clairvoyance's part, and I'm surprised they didn't try to capitalize on a kill there.
Well, RFS doesn't have a whole lot of CC, hard CC. They have a stun. They basically have 2 stuns and then mosh pit if they get everybody. If they don't get everybody, though, they're in trouble.
Yeah, and here Battery being a little aggressive chase and Divine Shields have to pop on him. That does have quite the extended cooldown on it now. So it'd be interesting to see if it's going to be back up by the next objective. And if it's not,
Probably
it might
not.
cost them. Probably not,
The
right?
next
Yeah.
objective, we should be getting a marker for it in about 5 seconds. Okay, there it is.
Nice call, bro. That was really on point.
All right. Thank you, map. It's good to look good. I appreciate that. Yeah. So there's the objective being called out. And so D Shield is not going to be up for this.
Yeah,
Something
and no,
something just got unplugged. Oh, my mouse is fucking up. That's what it was. Okay, cool. Sorry, team. I heard the little beep, 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 beep that you hear when something gets unplugged. I panicked.
Yeah, right now I empathize with that as a streamer. Like, oops, something's broken. So now, actually, going for that camp first and them getting it, actually let them clear Clairvoyance's camp and then get their own camp at a better timing. So they are going to have to clear that camp out rather than let it go.
Yes, but it's so easy to clear that camp, especially with the objective being top. They're not that concerned. All it does is give RFS a little bit of time to get a bit of a lead in these Guardian kills. That's it. It doesn't give them a whole lot, unfortunately.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. It is just a little
bad
bit
RNG.
or a better, maybe a bit better setup for positioning to engage or something. But it gave him a touch of a lead. But yeah, obviously not too much.
Yeah, Nesper is being such a pain to Shot right now. He just keeps jumping in, dealing damage to him, and then leaving. And Shot, you can see that he wants that kill. He wants it so bad. He keeps going after her. He'll take a couple of steps forward, start using abilities, and then think better of it and back off. Rewind used on Battery to make sure Ethics goes down, but Ethics just palms himself. No problem. They're all back in this. Nesper needs to get out. That was not a very far recall.
Yeah, that was, I mean, I give him a lot of credit mechanically, though, to recall and then blink twice or 3 times like that to really make sure he was, like, totally gone. That was pretty impressive. Yeah, that was a solid Palm because the Sunder and then the Focus was really well executed by Clairvoyance, but Palm really kind of negates all that ability use. Divine Shield finally back up to catch Thrall. Probably imagined that was rather close.
Oh! Sleepy Bear almost killing Shot there with... Oh, no. Percival wasting that. This is a nuts team fight. Clairvoyance just needs to leave as fast as they can. Shot going down to the Owl. Hedwig is taking him to class.
Yeah, you caught the Owl, right?
Yep.
He's really been on point with these. Sleepy Bear's really been on point with these Owls, man. Throughout the team fights, before the objectives, vision and damage, like super strong Owls. Always a real treat to watch. They have 3 down here at minute.
They're just going for the win.
They are going to go straight for the core. Really a good call overall, I think. It looks like I imagine they're going to be able to pull it off here with Li Ming, Uther, and that's it.
Well, here it's Needham that's the problem here. So Needham here does extra damage to the core because it's a non-heroic source.
Oh, look how fast that's falling with the block of poison damage on top of it. Ooh.
And that's going to be game 1 of our finals.
Good game, great back and forth, great play by both teams, super well executed on so many levels. Just happened to be one team fight that they were able to really finish up on, whereas the others, it wasn't such a need or opportunity to clean up 2 or 3 kills. It was usually like a 1-for-1 or a 2-for-1 trade. And I think RFS recognized, hey, we're at level 22, level 23. It's the 23rd minute. If we can get 2 more down here, we are going to end the game, and that's exactly what they did.
Yeah, and they did it very effectively. I was a little concerned about them going in there because if Clairvoyance came in with a pick or some kind of kill, double kill, something like that, RFS could be in a lot of trouble. But they did a good job of making sure they didn't get those off, and that's fantastic. I mean, it just took care of the problem. That's it.
Yeah, Karzium, I think, between Karzium and Tyrande to it, I kind of gave them that edge of sustain to, like, keep pushing through. You have 2 of the probably 2 squishier heroes. Not probably, definitely. Lunera and Tracer. But if you would, the two support kind of balanced that out, and it allowed them to get filled right back up and keep going where they wanted to go. So, and I feel like I saw that a lot throughout the game. RFS kind of recovered after engages, whether it was a skirmish or a full-on team fight. I feel like they recovered a little bit quicker over Uther's healing, and I think it added a little bit of extended sustain for them.
Yeah, having that AoE healing on the monk, and Ethics is well known for his monk plays. So it makes sense for them to pick up Karazim there to do as much healing over an area, and they know. I didn't get a chance to point this out, but we saw them constantly bunch up together so that he could get his W off, his healing ability off there, and then spread out immediately so that Li Ming couldn't take advantage of them all being standing next to each other. And they do that in every game that they have Karazim, just because they're so used to the way Ethics plays, they know when to bunch up for the heal and they know when to spread out.
Yeah, exactly. And I think it's important when you have a team that's, I or rather, let me rephrase it. It's when you're at a team like RFS or Clairvoyance, because I either or could have pulled that off with the Monk, but you have a team that's like working on that kind of level. You have the guys, exactly like I said, come together when they need to. Karzim land when people are together, and land those AoE heals that can be so effective and gets Karzim those super high numbers that we see when you don't have a coordinated team in Quick Match or Hero League. He pulls 80, 90,000. So when it's even done more right and it's in a 90,000 that's effectively placed, you're obviously going to see just, I think, an extended kind of sustain where Tyrande is just topping them off where she needs to.
Yeah, that's exactly right. I did change my. To those of you in the chat that are saying I'm a little loud, sorry. I did turn it down a little bit. So in a couple of minutes, let me know how that goes. Actually, when you hear this, let me know how that goes. But that's 2 minutes for you guys at least. Delays, woohoo! But we're gonna get the next draft link going here in just a second. As soon as I get it, here it is. Cool. And let me send it over to you, Romo, and we'll jump into the second game of RFS versus Clairvoyance. RFS being a game up, we are going to be good to go. That was a great match, though. Clairvoyance coming out swinging.
Yeah, man, definitely. Both teams really, I think, really bringing some A game tonight overall. I thought Thrall Sunders really well placed, that kind of flanking maneuver you mentioned earlier. And I was really surprised to see it not secure more kills or capitalize more overall. I'd like to see, I wonder if it was them looking to do Infernal Shrines again, and I was wondering if maybe the RFS picking up Lunera kind of thwarted their draft and maybe potentially where they steered the map draft to. So I think we'll see, looking ahead, Clairvoyance. We do follow the losing team has either first pick or map pick.
Yes,
here?
so
Okay.
so Clairvoyance either gets to pick the map or pick the excuse me, either first pick, first ban, or pick the map. And I think they've chose the map. It looks like we're going to be on Dragonshire, and according to this, RFS is going to be choosing the bans first. Oh, great. Artemis is here. Lovely. I'm kidding, Artemis. Love you. Do great work.
What's up, everybody?
Yeah. So for those of you that may not know us, since there's so many of you here, down below, you can find us on Twitter and on Twitch. I am Captain Cardone. You can find me at Captain Cardone on Twitch. If you don't know what I do, I basically manage all the casters in the amateur scene. I think I manage every tournament that happens in North America right now. So
that's accurate.
Yeah, I think I have all of them.
That's accurate. Yeah, Cardone's S-tier caster level. I'm Romo. You can find me at DC_Romo. I'm sorry if I cut you off. If there's anything else you want.
No, you're good.
Thank you guys for having me again. It's always a blast really casting with him. I just laugh and smile. I hope you guys are doing the same thing at home, especially with the quality of games we've had tonight. Really something else.
Yeah, we definitely, especially this last series, I think this is going to be fantastic between Clairvoyance and RFS. That last game was very close, so I'm expecting to see good things happen to this next one as well.
Yeah, the Dragonshire, I'm actually super kind of excited about. Teams that prep Dragonshire, you don't see it as much with like with me and 4 friends who put together a team to join not the ARAMs, any other tournament on any given day, but competitive, pro and pro-am teams that prep Dragonshire can be a really difficult map for teams that don't prep it. And if they come out strong with a draft and kind of pick up things like Thrall and the heroes that they want, and the people who don't, like, if you don't have a map like Dragonshire prepped or Garden of Terror prepped or Blackheart's prepped, and these are maps people tend not to necessarily prep as much, because the dynamic is kind of different compared to a map like Tomb, which is just like the fundamentals are all there. You can really have a tough time like trying to figure out who you want to ban or where you want to go where you want to go that will hurt the other team as the most you can in the draft. Like I think RFS kind of showed a good understanding of that going into Infernal Shrines against Clairvoyance, but I don't know if they'll be able to do the same thing here on Dragonshire against them. So well, I guess we'll definitely see. It should be interesting to see how it plays out.
Yep, definitely. So I just sent you a new link because
Gotcha.
apparently there was a mistake in who was doing what. The new map is Sky Temple, and it looks like RFS chose the map.
Then I'm completely wrong.
And Clairvoyance, yeah. Well, I mean, how could you know?
Yeah, no, sure. Just forget everything I just said, though.
Yeah, that's okay. Stuff happens.
Yeah, sure.
It is what it is. RFS, I told them we're ready, so we should be starting anytime.
Yeah. I honestly was like, oh, Dragonshire, this is gonna be interesting because you don't see people like prep or play that map very often or want to play that map. So, um, Sky Temple though, really, really like for the way these two teams team fight. I think Sky Temple, because Sky Temple has that like the dynamic of having some logistics and some overall strategy that you can use with mobility heroes and solo heroes and solo lane pushers and taking structures, not like manually, not and then letting the objective, how much more worth you get out of the objective when you take push down structures on your own. And then coupled with that, you have like really strong team fight where you end up in situations where it's like, yo, we have to engage, we have to do it now and we have to get some kills, whether we're down a level or, just trying to get a talent here before we do it. So really makes for some exciting play.
Yeah, it sure can. For those of you that are asking, we don't know how many more games. There's either one or two more games tonight. That was game one of a best of three. These are the finals. So if RFS wins game two, that's it. We're done for the night. But if RFS loses, then we go on to game three. And Clairvoyance put up a heck of a fight. So it could go either way. It wasn't like one team got just destroyed that game. So we'll see exactly what happens. And here we go into the draft. And Inverum can be upset again that I don't have the draft overlays done. Sorry, man. I'm sorry.
So we're gonna see I think we're gonna see a Zool ban right off the bat by Clairvoyance. RFS again, I think with the Tracer ban, not saying we're not gonna play her, but we don't want to play against her. Clairvoyance answers real quick with a KT pick, so I think everybody kind of know what direction they wanted to start this off with, and RFS maybe taking a little bit of time with KT sent across from them.
Yeah, but I expect a Thrall and Li Ming. Desper, we've seen him on Thrall. He's very aggressive. He's very good at it. Li Ming, just a good damage dealer in general, does a lot especially on this map, where if you have the right positioning, you can make sure to hit the hero on the temple instead of anyone else. But they opt to go for Tyrande. All right.
See, that's yeah. I mean, you know what? They got a ton of value out of her last game, so I'm not gonna begin to criticize that. I think, but that said, Nesper is such a strong melee assassin player that I was surprised to not see. Not even the Thrall. You had the opportunity for the Illidan, So, I mean, KT there definitely poses a bit of a threat, and maybe he wants to consider if that's what he really wants to commit to playing against it. But we do see Clairvoyance say, whoop, you waited a second too long. We're going to take the Thrall, and they also take ETC.
Yeah, again, ETC is pretty easy to counter the Mosh Pit if you know it's coming. RFS has 3 picks to do that, but we have seen some ETCs take stage dive. RFS did it themselves earlier on Tomb of the Spider Queen, and on Sky Temple it is significantly better.
Yeah, the global value on this map is something that it's not almost a question if you'll get the value out of stage dive. It's just how much value you'll get out of it. Very rarely do you see a hero with that kind of mobility, and if they need to spec into it or just come with it naturally, that they don't, pretty much get max value out of it. So I imagine we'll probably see the stage dive, considering they already had Tyrande there. They do ban out Uther, though, which I don't blame them. Kind of, I guess, hedge your bets, right? So if they take Mosh, we can still knock him out with Tyrande. And if he goes stage dive, it's not as much of a...
You're not as concerned in general.
Yeah.
Stage dive, not as much of a playmaker. Able to get ETC into their backline really fast, especially if he's in another lane soaking or something like that. It gives him global presence, which is fantastic for a tank.
Yeah, that's
When
really
your warrior has global presence, that's one of the reasons why Dahaka is so loved right now. He has global presence. Everybody likes that. Falstad, we see him picked up all the time. He has global presence. There's a lot of times Brightwing is played just for global presence.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think Folstead in the spring qualifier had it was some absurd like 80% of either banned or picked. So there goes the Illidan ban. Not surprising. We've seen that happen twice tonight, I think, when a team was up against Nesper, who plays a super strong, crazy Illidan.
He is balls to the wall Illidan, as I like to call it.
That's
He
really
just your team's here. Well, now I'm in the middle of them, and now I'm over here, and I'm over here, and I'm dealing damage, and my
yeah,
team's coming, and it's gonna be awesome. It's just
it's
like,
an
whoa,
Ill
dude, slow down.
it's an Illidan lifesteal party for sure, man. I'm not even gonna act like no shame here. I was really hoping I was gonna get to see him do it once tonight, but
You never know. There could be a game 3.
this is very true. Oh yeah, I forgot, right? We're in a best of 3, so
Yep, best of 3. All night's been best of 1, so I understand why there was some forgetfulness there. But yes, this is a best of 3, and we're about to see just who has the chance to become this week's winners. For those of you that don't know, this week they get points, but in 2 weeks when we do our finals, they get money. And first place is up to like $300 and something. I'm gonna refresh this page right now so I can find out. Second place is up to like 130 something dollars. We're at 440 donated altogether. It gets split 70-30. So if you want to go donate, go to Matcherino, donate. The link has been in the chat a couple of times. Please do it. It's fantastic. It all goes to the players. We don't see a dime. Matcherino doesn't see a dime. It just goes to the first and second place of Season 4. While I was talking about that, though, Clairvoyance and RFS decided to move on.
yeah.
RFS picking up Ethics, or Ethics picking up Karzim, rather. Not surprising.
Yeah, except that the KT's sitting on the other side. I'm a little nervous about that. It could be super hard to get that effective healing that you want when Chain Bomb is bouncing off of people. We do see him finish up the draft with his Zeratul, though. So, I mean, if you can shut down, I mean, Rhaegar does have the Farsight, but if you can shut down that KT, it not as much of an issue. And Clairvoyance finished up with Rhaegar and Sylvanas, who you definitely can get some serious value out of on this in this map between the camps and just that value you get out of manually taking down structures.
Right, on this map is very important because you can take down the structures, and that means shots are going to more important things. If you take down the front walls, they're going to forts. If you take down all the forts, they're going to the walls of the keeps. You can win on this map without ever crossing into your opponent's side of the board there. So it's pretty strong to have somebody like a Sylvanas who can get in there, do some damage to those buildings, shut them down so that minions can do damage, and they get so much work done.
Yeah, and it's something that it's a concept that like like a lot of times when you play with a pug or something like that people don't they get too like caught up playing it like a traditional map, and it's like, hey man, you have so much value in the OBJ on this map and Blackhearts too, and it's just like you can literally win this game without, like you said, stepping on the onto the other side of the teams. The OBJ can do it all. And if you got someone like Sylvanas that's going to say, hey, right off the bat, I'm going to make sure that there's no gates. That first objective is or the second objective is going to shoot and take out forts. So definitely something that you really like can be a real threat and really almost creep up on you in a sense, when you're thinking you're splitting objectives with the other team and, oh, well, we split. Oh, even the second one when there was only one, we went half and half, etc. But Sylvanas is taking out stuff. You're getting more out of the objective than the other team is, and all of a sudden you'll find yourself behind in experience and in structures.
Yes, definitely. Definitely. Everyone is in the lobby and readying up right now. We're going to get started here in just a second. I am so excited. I actually really like this map. It's one of the few mainstream maps that I very much enjoy, and so seeing pro players play it is always a treat for me.
Honestly, I think it's a treat for everybody, Captain, because like this map has just just a lot of things going on as far as the way it can be played and the way you can be effective on it, and I think it just stems from like the tactics of like team fights all the way to the overall strategy of the way you conduct yourself, maybe with particularly with mobility, but I think also with stealth and presence and vision. So it really has like a lot of variables that come together really well, and that's what makes it such a joy to watch.
Yes, it definitely does. And the shrines, the sky temples, or Zap Zap towers, as Krendor likes to call them. I think that's my favorite nickname for them.
Definitely.
They do so much damage, and nobody. It used to be meta to pick up Mule here and just mule them back up, but with the stun meta coming in, cleanse is almost needed, like almost a must take, especially against an ETC and a Mirrodin, both of which have stuns. And Mirrodin, of course, can be followed up by Tyrande stun with slows on top of that. Like, it's a problem. So cleanse is going to be taken at level 7 for both teams. I imagine that was the wrong button. There we go. And we are in the game.
Yes, we are. And for RFS, we have Sleepy Bear playing Tyrande, Sneedham playing Li Ming, Nesper playing Zeratul, Percival on Muradin, and Ethics on Karzim again.
And on the left side, we have Clairvoyance. We have Battery playing ETC once again, Insomnia on KT, Shot playing Thrall, Biceps on Sylvanas, and Samoan Chief playing Rhaegar.
Yeah, so honestly, real treat watching Ethics play Karzim. I wonder how he's going to handle the KT. Going to be a real treat watching Nesper play Zeratul. That was kind of why I was hoping we were seeing it last game. I'm kind of glad I'm seeing it at some point. Imagine he's pretty effective on him if he plays an effective Illidan and just a melee assassin role. So should be an interesting matchup between these two. Interesting comps, and both well executed either way. So
yep, and I like this. They're trying to get the most out of Biceps on that Sylvanas by just coming down into the bottom lane and blowing up that front wall. They already have a tower down that's going to help them a lot in the second shrine phase when they're down here just picking up that shrine, dealing damage to those towers there.
Yeah, and I'm totally, it's not coming to me. There is a certain like amount of damage or gates or towers that you can take that allows the first temple to finally take one fort, and then that experience bonus would put you at a small advantage moving ahead. I forgot exactly what it is, but it is something like taking a tower and a half, or taking a tower and the secondary tower or something. I'm not 100%
right.
sure.
But the problem is that's not for a while. That's not until after this top shrine and middle shrine spawn, which is right now. And once again, they're sending Ethics bottom to deal with Shot on that Thrall. It works out all right because Monk can handle that because of his sustain, but he is not going to be up in time for these temples.
Yeah, and I think that's Thrall having just probably a little bit more wave clear than him, or yeah, I mean, I guess he felt comfortable having done it last game and says, oh, I'll do it again, and maybe that's why they went with the Karzim pick, maybe feeling comfortable with Tyrande doing most of the heal. I'm not 100% sure what their thinking was in draft, but he handled it last game, and I imagine he'll do all right this game too.
Yeah, Ethics, we've seen him on Karzim. He is a very competent Karzim player, and as a matter of fact, he's kind of fighting Shot off down here to make sure he gets as many of those shots from the temple as he can, no pun intended. Meanwhile, the rest of his team is up top stealing shots from this temple. It's anybody's game. They've pretty much evened it out for the most part, but this could be close, especially if Percival goes down right there. And Sleepy Bear getting awfully low as well. Gonna explode. Ethics trying to get up here to heal, but not a lot he can do. Nobody on the other side going down. Clairvoyance is taking this one handedly.
Yeah, that was actually kind of interesting. Muradin jumped while he had the chain bomb on him, and it killed him midair. But his placement on the x-axis is what spread the chain bomb to the other two. I mean, he probably was close enough anyway, but that's what ended up putting Sleepy Bear within a hair of death.
Always unfortunate. Always unfortunate when that happens. It's just the jump mechanics, the flying mechanics, the way it places you on the map is a little interesting. Nesper down here solo laning against Shot. I don't think he knows Shot is here. He does now, though.
Yeah, Thrall's quite the wake-up call, even before level 10, that's for sure. Gonna be interesting to see how the chain bomb plays out with Karzim again. I really wondering. Ethics, such a good Karzim player. It was a treat watching him play it last game. I imagine he's competent enough, but sometimes with the chain bomb mechanic, it's just so difficult to deal with, combined with Karazim's healing mechanic, that it's like almost an unavoidable kind of thing.
Right.
It was kind of, I think it was a little bit of a gutsy thing to pick. I imagine he'll handle it well. I guess part of it might be how the rest of the team manages around it.
Yeah, I mean they're used to him playing Karzim though. That's the thing. They know how he plays. I mentioned this at the end of last game. They very much know where he's going to be, how he's going to react to things, and it works out in their favor most of the time. The one thing that I'm not sure they're that familiar with, they just haven't been playing with him for very long, is Nesper on this Zeratul. I don't know how much experience they have with Nesper playing Zeratul. He is so aggressive. He blinked into 3 people to make sure they got Insomnia killed on that KT, just to guarantee that kill, and he died for it, but he got it. So it's a very aggressive style. I mean, look at his health right now, just taking this camp. Sleepy Bear having to come in and finish it off because Nesper, he's just aggressive. He's an aggressive player.
I think that probably works out in your favor most of the time as a melee assassin, but like we saw the Thrall get Milk and Cookies get punished earlier in the night, it can also backfire if they can catch you, focus you, stun you, and someone like Zeratul is even squishier than, or lacks the lifesteal that Illidan has, or the sustain that Thrall has, that it really kind of can be punished equally as well. So it definitely will be interesting to watch Nesper on Zeratul.
Yes, it is, and Biceps just getting destroyed, not even able to pour out of there with Haunting Wave. Battery also in trouble. Percival, not a care in the world. Let's do this, he says. We're going in. Shot. Could be dead. Oh, Nesper jumping in. See, that's what I'm talking about. He is so aggressive. He gets the cleanse, but he's on fire. He gets the heal from Ethics barely while he dodges out of the way. That was fantastic. Again, Ethics on Karzim, he knows what he's doing. He got close enough to do it and then immediately got away so that Chain Bomb didn't jump to him. And they're going to get all of this bottom tower, I imagine.
Yeah, that was actually like super impressive. Like the way that he either timed it or waited for it to go off, saying it's not going to kill you. I can heal you afterwards. And their positioning was safe enough that it wasn't like an immediate concern. Deleted Sylvanas right off the bat. Nesper making sure they got 2. Looks like they're effectively using the comp so far, and as Li Ming scales, I think it's going to be even more of a risk. We'll see. We have Clairvoyance coming in here to steal the camp. They do get the camp. They are going to back off immediately afterwards, and I imagine, Ethic's going to clean it up right away.
Yep, they can't afford for Needham to get in there and start putting orbs and magic missiles off on them. It's just so much damage, especially with RFS getting level 10 right now. We're seeing Void Prism, Avatar, Palm, which Ethics loves Palm, and the level 20 upgrade. It is so funny after he gets level 20. Starfall, and Wave of Force.
Yeah, that's going to be interesting for sure.
If you ever want to watch like silly monk play, watch Ethics after level 20 with Palm. Every time somebody's being attacked, he'll just put Palm on him. Because he takes the talent where he gets the lower cooldown, and it's hilarious to watch him just spam it. Because you never see it.
Yeah, and you know what I think, to be fair, I think now at this point, the way people play around Palm, I mean, even me, I play around it some, I see it popped, I stop attacking the person. So, because the proc, Palm is the largest single healing ult there is. Oh, and we do have a team fight breaking down. Thrall Sunder comes in, and Mosh Pit is popped, catching 3 of them. Ooh, Nesper is going to fall as well. Nope, not quite, but they do catch Ethics and Tyran and Sleepy Bear. Void Prison to get out of there.
Yeah, so the one guaranteed, hey, you're not getting Mosh Pit off ability that they have, Needham was not there for. He was top cleaning up. And as soon as he saw the team fight break out, he came down, but it wasn't fast enough. That Mosh got off, and it was enough to take down 2 people. And their supports. Like, out of all the people they took down, it was the supports. That hurts the worst.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's critical, particularly that Li Ming wasn't there, that you catch Tyrande, because she's obviously like the most instant counter to it, Muradin Tyrande. But Li Ming's kind of that backup, and she wasn't there. So looks like they're going to be poking a little bit, dancing around this middle temple. I imagine we're going to see, no one has 13 yet. They're both at 12. I imagine we might see an engage over it. Thrall is going down to, I guess, activate the bottom one, so maybe not quite. They might just poke, see what they can get, if they can get 8 shots off.
Yeah, RFS needs to be aggressive here, but maybe not that aggressive, Nesper.
Yeah, right. The gravity lapse and the chain bomb catch him, but Ethics with excellent heals by Karazim. Not really. He's avoiding that chain bomb like a pro, man. Wow.
He is very good at doing that, indeed. And this is, RFS needs to push here. They need to do as much damage as they can. They have an advantage. They know somebody's bottom. They gotta do damage.
Yeah. So Ethics taking quite a bit of damage there. The chain bomb on him, so he couldn't jump to heal anyone or kind of jump to escape. But he does make it out of there without
He
loot.
did burn Palm, but as Enverum and I were talking about this the other day, burning a Palm, if a Palm goes off and that person doesn't die, it doesn't matter whether the Palm procced or not. That was a good Palm.
Agreed. Yeah, agreed. Definitely. I mean, to some extent, if it forces them to focus somebody else and manages to get a kill, it's bad. Oh, Li Ming is good. Oh, I'm sorry, not Li Ming. Tyrande is going to die. Solid Sunder by shot and Power Slide by ETC there. Really left her out by herself there. Percival backing off now. They are going to take the mid fort, and they got, I think, at least the rest of that temple there in the mid, and the bot by Thrall. So definitely a good play by Clairvoyance, playing the map real well.
Yeah, I mean, they are taking an aggressive lead here. They have 2 more buildings up, and only one of them is even hurt. They're just taking it to RFS. It's even kills so far, but the kills from Clairvoyance have just felt so much meaner, have felt so much more aggressive.
Yeah, well timed and everything. Is ETC going to get caught here at the watchtower? Ooh, the power slide in the face melt. He does get out of there at the last second. That was a little close for him though.
It was, but Biceps is down here with a siege camp just pushing this lane in. If RFS doesn't rotate down, they're going to lose a keep.
Yeah, the siege giants on this map there's something that needs to be answered. Both camps can be really effective actually compared to some of the other maps where the siege might not feel as strong. But the siege giants put a serious hurt on, especially with Sylvanas shutting things down.
That's right. And so I like the build coming out of the Karazim. He took Relentless, which is amazing against this other team. The Gravity Lapse and stuns from ETC and the Sunder as well, they hurt a lot.
Yeah, so
Sleepy Bear, no! Sleepy Bear looks to be in some trouble here. Mosh Pit goes off. No stun available to stop it. Wave of Force comes out. Sleepy Bear going to go down. Can RFS turn this around and get 1 or 2 kills here? They might. Battery is in trouble as well. Palm goes off. Insomnia... man, this is just a brawl. Insomnia going down. Ethics taking a lot of damage as well. Battery also on the receiving end of some stuns and some damage. Able to power slide out, but Ethics is just being aggressive. Nesper should have a blink up anytime, and we know how aggressive he gets.
Yeah, I mean, the palm on Nesper, that was critical right there. He came right back up, took a couple steps out, turned around, finished off the kill on KT, and they kept pursuing him. So almost surprised they didn't try to finish it up. Percival was quite low at the time, though, so I don't blame him for chasing too far. But, yeah, that palm was really, 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 really clutch there.
Yes, indeed it was. Sorry, I was reading chat, and Nightmare is, I mean, he's living up to his name. We'll just say that.
That's awesome.
I'm kidding. I love you. Don't leave us.
Turns so quick too. So
he said use code word nightmare for 30% off life, and then he's like, wow, that sounds really messed up when I word it like that. Well, yeah, it does.
So here we are at the middle temple. A little bit of poke back and forth. They both kind of have a little bit of that on both of their comps, some poke going on, so I think we'll see a lot of this before these team fights, and I think it might make a difference. Nesper being super aggressive, and they're punishing him for it. There he goes. Ethics there, not in time to save him, and Ethics is going to fall too, trying to save him, and that is going to cost him this temple. Unfortunately, Nesper, the aggressiveness tends to pay off, but...
It's not working out this game. They are just so ready for him to dive in. KT is waiting on his gravity lapse. Insomnia knows Nesper's coming. He is just sitting there with the gravity lapse waiting. And the problem now they have is they have no forts left. The enemy team is going boss. Clairvoyance is going to take this without any problems. There's not really anything RFS can do being down 2 people. They don't have VP to stop it. I mean, they have to just let this boss go, and it's gonna walk up to their fort or to their keep and deal damage. They could get a free keep out of this, basically.
Yeah, and here they are. This camp has almost been entirely taken by clairvoyants all game. This I'm referring to RFS's siege camp. So they're gonna have a boss pushing with the siege, and well, now everybody's up, but all five of them up still too. So I imagine they are gonna get this keep, or at least close to it.
I mean, there's no reason why they shouldn't get this keep. Nesper trying to jump in and deal some damage, but it's just not enough. Sleepy Bear gonna go down again. That Phoenix Ethics just not able to get there in time to stop that Phoenix damage from killing her. And this keep is forfeit.
Yeah, unfortunately, I think the Phoenix's old game have just kind of been really well placed and really well timed, where a lot of damage has been dealt on a few characters, and it comes in to ensure the kill on one of them. Great Sunder by Thrall. Percival looks like he's going to fall. Oh, Palm's procced on him, though. He does get into the Altar of the Storms there, and Ethics is going to back up a bit, too. Oh, they're going
This is going to be game.
Oh, this is going to... Oh, wow.
This is going to be game. That boss is still at half health, and everyone's just pounding away on the court. This is game 2 going to Clairvoyance. We are going into a game 3 series.
Yeah, I think there were a couple things there that really stood out for me. One was shots. Sunders were they were managed to secure those kills afterwards. When he used the Sunder, and maybe they were like a touch delayed in a sense, where they weren't being used to engage, but used mid battle to secure that second or the first kill after a lot of damage had already been dealt. Nesper being shut down on Zeratul big time, and he's a great melee assassin player, but Insomnia was just ready for him on all fronts and showed it. I mean, kind of close game in a lot of ways, but really Clairvoyance just flexed it when it came to the team fights and put a hurting on RFS.
Yeah, definitely. Okay, good. So apparently Nightmare watches this with mute on. Great.
Good.
Woohoo! Saved. Yeah, RFS. Their comp was a very all-round, all-comers comp, right? They have some stuns, they have healing, they have Zeratul dealing damage to backline, they have good damage in Li Ming. They could not get anything done. Lots of mobility, but nothing happening to win them that game. And Clairvoyance came out with this kind of strange team comp. I mean, it's very front-loaded with KT and Thrall and Sylvanas dealing damage, ETC there for the mosh pits, Rhaegar there for the heals. Like, it obviously works, and it looks strong on paper. I was just concerned that it wasn't going to be that strong in practice. But they came out swinging. They lost the first game, and they said, "Nah, you know what? This one's ours. We're going to come back. We're going to take game 2, and then you can see us in game 3, and we'll see how that goes. Good luck to you." And I love that. I love that they're, even after a loss, they didn't get down. They didn't say, well, this sucks. They said, you know what? Let's just win game 2. No problem. We'll do it. Don't worry about it.
100%. Zero tilt, zero lack of focus. They just brushed it off your shoulder and dove right back into game 2 and came out even that much harder. We saw in game 1 it was very close and contested, and they kind of tweaked it a little bit, I think, and came out hitting just as hard. And I feel like maybe ultimately in hindsight, maybe RFS might have lost a touch in the draft there, not because they couldn't play the heroes they selected very well or anything. Obviously that was like really phenomenally played by all of them, like especially Ethics on the Karazin with dealing with the chain bomb. But just that Insomnia particularly said, hey, if I can get rid of this Zeratul, instead of Zeratul shutting down the KT can save that gravity level. He's like, a lot of this is going to go in our favor. I mean, we saw the one team fight where Palm brought Zeratul back, and then it became RFS's fight. But ultimately, that wasn't able to happen most of the time, and it really went in Clairvoyance's favor. I'm really looking forward to this game 3. One thing I'd like to note, though, on that score screen, Sylvanas with 13,000 experience, which is about 4,000 more than anyone else in the game. So, and particularly with that boss push at the end, shutting down the towers and shutting down the keep, just a lot of damage to not be dealt to it, and ultimately allow them to core.
Yep, that's exactly right. I hate to cut you off, but
Nope.
We have another draft. I sent you a draft link.
Got it, buddy. Thank you.
Yep, no problem. Wow, Michael Udall is in our chat. That's kind of weird.
Oh, that's awesome.
I think it's awesome too, but I'm just
That's
not
really
used to seeing
awesome.
him in our chat.
That's cool, man. I hope he hangs out for the game because this series has been
Yep.
great.
Yeah, we're on game 3 of RFS versus Clairvoyance. Clairvoyance, I've noticed some of the I recognized some of the players, but I never seen them play together. Man, they are doing phenomenal. They have just come out and realistically, RFS is consistently winning our tournaments. This is kind of how it works. And Clairvoyant says, "Hey, you know how you usually win? Yeah, you're not now. Thanks." And that's good. We need more competition. I think that's fantastic.
Absolutely. And this is something that's really interesting because in the first game we saw the drafts go the way they did. Second game, RFS, like people kind of took or either through picking or banning, denying heroes for the other team, and now we see RFS open up with the Sylvanas pick. I think recognizing the value Clairvoyance got out of it. We are playing on Dragonshire, right? That's correct this time?
Yes, we are in Dragonshire.
Okay. All right, just making sure.
Yep, and Zool and Tracer banned immediately from both teams. They did not wait at all.
Yeah, I think those are fair picks with the way we've seen people on both teams play those heroes. Really strong showing from everybody. But we do see Clairvoyance pick the KT up again immediately, followed by the ETC. So that was strong last game. Really effective Mashas, really effective Phoenixes. Chain Bomb was an issue. They know that I think RFS might be, well, Ethics did handle the Chain Bomb really impressively for a Karazim. They might be reconsidering it, only because I think it definitely adds a new dynamic to healing with Karazim when Chain Bomb's popping around.
That's true. I expect RFS to pick up probably Thrall here. There it is. Nesper is excellent on those melee assassins. We see him repeatedly, and Thrall is one of those that, with a KT on the other team, getting that Sunder off, if you can delete KT immediately, you're good to go. And that was his problem last game, is Insomnia on KT just kept shutting him down. Every time he'd jump in, Kel'Thas just said, "Oh, hey, have a gravity lapse. I heard you like air."
Yeah.
And fire, turns out. All right. And Nesper just could get nothing done.
Yeah, absolutely. And it also takes shot off of the Thrall. So, I mean, it's really interesting watching both the teams kind of watch the other team play it and go like, well, I think he'd be that skill level of that hero played by our person who plays that role would be better than letting them have it again. I think that's definitely part of it. Because shot in both games playing Thrall was super strong. So I think he was on in the first one too. So
yep. So just so you guys know, I'm seeing some chat about donations. Remember, you can donate to the finals, which is in 2 weeks. We're taking Mother's Day off, so don't show up next week. We won't be here unless they let me stream something. I doubt it, but they might. We are all the money from the Matcherino stuff. You can put in an ! Matcherino to get there. Goes straight to the teams. It's split 70-30. First place in our finals gets 70%. Second place gets 30%. We are currently at like $440 something, $443. It just went up as I got to the page. Nightmare, thank you for donating. Artemis, Reader Lady, Hal Wow, Panda Poop. Yeah, that's great.
That's awesome.
Dravine, 5 foot. I mean, you can see everyone that has donated. You guys are awesome. It all goes to the players. So whoever wins season 4, they get it.
Yeah, and a few $100 could be a huge boost to these amateur teams that usually just do this out of love in the game, and money allows them to do things that they might not normally be able to do. We do see a Dahaka pickup, so that's going to be interesting. I imagine, I guess maybe Percival will be playing the Dahaka. I mean, unless it's in a bruiser role, I'm not sure, but the mobility on Dahaka, everything about Dahaka is fun to watch play, and the mobility on this map's even more important, so definitely a smart pickup. We haven't seen him at all tonight, actually.
Yeah, that's true. And, well, no, we've seen him in a couple of games, just not in this series.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, we haven't seen him in this series at all. And I like the Dahaka pick from RFS. Percival's been practicing that pickup there for a while now. And on Dragonshire, being able to have that global presence with Dahaka is great, which is why Clairvoyance banned out Falstad. They do not want RFS to get Dahaka and Falstad. That is a huge problem for them.
Yeah, so we see the Tyrande ban, like you said, the Falstad ban, and they pick up Li Ming, so...
Thanks, Michael Udall. Sorry, I'm looking at chat.
All good.
He said, just so you know, I know you don't have chat open, but he said, "Hi, Romo and Captain Cardone. The last game was really good shot, had some quality Sky Temple." Thanks, man.
Cool, man. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. So we do see the Li Ming pickup, followed by Uther. Pretty shaping up pretty solid on their end, I'd say, especially with the two mages. They are definitely looming large, I feel like.
Yeah, they are. I mean, they have two mages. They have ETC. right now RFS doesn't have a whole lot of ways to get rid of ETC or stop him, I guess. I think Dahaka's isolation is a long enough range that he can cast it from outside the mosh pit and hit ETC with it, but I'm not sure. It looks like RFS is going for Karzim again. Ethics, of course, loves that hero. And it's kind of interesting. The ETC, they need another way to shut him down. But with Uther, you can Divine Shield him. It's a scary predicament they're in. There's a lot of damage on Clairvoyance's part. If they get caught in a mosh pit, their team is dead. RFS is just straight up dead.
Yeah, and then I kind of felt like, yes, so I kind of felt like you maybe wanted a range. We do see the Greymane pickup, but then you're also stuck in the kind of predicament where, like, if you went Joe there or someone like you kind of have the duo bruiser situation, I guess. I mean, I don't know. It's definitely, they kind of put them maybe themselves in a bit of a corner sort of at the end of that, but Greymane pickup might help them, like you said, if they can initiate it, if they can pick their team fights, they might be able to handle this all right, where the Moshes will be more reactive than proactive. And if KT is deleted, it's not as much of an issue if you have Greymane or Thrall outside of the mosh pit to, put their damage on the Li Ming. So, if you can get rid of the follow-up, it's not as bad. It's not even really effective at all. So I guess we'll see how this plays out. We do see Sonya finishing up the draft for Clairvoyance. That's an interesting pick. Two pretty
I like
strong.
it.
Yeah,
especially on this map, because the beginning of this map often turns into small skirmishes. So if you have a warrior in both top and bottom, that's great. RFS obviously can't really do that so much because Dahaka is going to be just going to whichever lane they need help in. So Clairvoyance needs to be aware of where Dahaka is at all times because of the split that RFS can do. The global presence there, even just one hero, gives them a huge advantage on Dragonshire because you can start at the top and then jump down to the bottom and get a lot of work done in very little amount of time. As long as somebody's mid to pick up the Dragon Knight, you're good to go.
Yeah, exactly. And I imagine the Sonya pickups also to respond to Thrall, so that you have a solo laner. The way the pros play, and yeah, especially even these guys, anyone who's playing in a competitive setting, they play this map sometimes a little differently than you might be used to in like Quick Match or Hero League, where they're kind of working a solo laner and then a rotation. The map definitely has a lot of dynamics to it, for sure. So it's not always played like that, but Sonya probably would be answering the Thrall solo lane, I imagine. It's gonna be interesting to see how it plays out because with Dahaka, I mean, the second he disappears, whoever's in a solo lane really needs to be on alert, especially because if you had Dahaka and Thrall collapsing on you, you're gonna have problems. So
yeah, definitely. Man, I love that there's so many people in chat. I think that's fantastic. Thanks, guys. It's way more fun when there's tons of people talking.
That's awesome. Yeah, it's really glad. I'm glad everybody came out. I have such a good time doing this, so glad there's a bunch of people enjoying it with me.
I just said cater's ready.
I was just reading that and laughing.
Oh man! Apparently it's too late for me. My bedtime must have passed. We're gonna get into the game though. Wow, that was just scary. Oh well, life goes on.
This is true.
This is gonna be an interesting match. This is honestly one of my least favorite maps to cast, but it's one of my most favorite to play on.
See, I kind of find the opposite because I feel like there's like a lot of things happening at the same time a lot of times with this, so I like watching it and watching people play it well. I feel like maybe I don't play it well, or maybe like I just have a hard time in Pugs playing it well. Or
it can be difficult in Pugs because this map requires a lot of communication and teamwork. Even though you may not always be together, it requires you to know what's going on the whole time. So as we get into this, let's take a look at RFS. They won game 1. They lost game 2. They're hoping to take game 3 here. Sleepy Bear playing Sylvanas, Needham on Greymane, Nesper playing that Thrall, Percival on Dahaka, and Ethics playing Karzim.
And we got Battery playing ETC, Shot on Sonya, Simone, Chief playing Uther, Biceps on Li Ming, and Insomnia on KT again.
I think Battery has played ETC every game this series.
Yeah, I think so too. As I was preparing to read that off, I was like, "Oh, Insomnia on KT again, right?" I'll finish like that. I'm like, "Wait a second, Batteries played ETC every match too," and yeah, so yeah, definitely watching guys play their strongest heroes. Obviously, like that's what they do, but it's a real treat watching guys like play Battery, like play ETC and Insomnia play KT, Sleepy Bear playing I'm sorry, excuse me, Sylvanas or Tyrande, like he's been. Ethics on Karzim has been super awesome, but
Yeah,
watching whether it's role or characters, some of these guys just really shine, and it's just a lot of fun to watch.
yeah, it definitely is. I love this. This is great by Clairvoyance. They're waiting for somebody to try and roam down. I liked Battery being in the other bush better because it let them have a little bit better of a collapse on Ethics, although Ethics not a great target to try and take down just because he can just dive out. That's not really a problem for him.
Yeah, you don't. It's hard, I think, maybe to appreciate mechanically how on point some of these things are, but it's incredible. Whether it's just like positioning with clicking and that sense, or the way their fingers are smashing keys, but this is some really impressive stuff. So there's a shot here in a bush. Looks like he's going to try and get out of there as soon as
He
possible.
may not be able to because Percival is there and he's probably going to tongue him.
Yeah, that was a nice pickup by Percival, knocking Sonya out. We did have Sonya up against Thrall. Leaving Thrall in the lane alone for a little bit, though, might be a problem. They're going to be stuck defending mid, though, it looks like. Oh, well, they got KT and Li Ming down at the bottom, so they're going to take that shrine real quick.
Yeah,
And
Battery doing a great job of just using his abilities to make sure Percival can't pick up that Dragon Knight just long enough for his mages to get down to the bottom and pick up that shrine.
yeah, and I didn't even think about this, but they do have the flexibility of really laying a lot of pressure on Percival. With the drag on KT does not result in a kill though. I think Battery kind of just had everyone else just pushed out enough and body blocking enough that they were not able to get enough damage on him. But I do think that might be a little bit of foreshadowing and showing the strength of that drag. They do have the potential for a, oh,
Oh, Ethics, that was amazing!
that was sick.
I don't think that's what he meant to do. I know he meant to get in the way of the gravity laps, but I don't think he meant to do it quite like that. But that was still really awesome.
That was really cool. I mean, but that's like that speaks to the mentality of these guys, right? He saw KT, he saw that there was an interrupt coming, he saw that Percival was super close to getting that DK, and he makes a move to make sure it happens. So and an early an early DK can really help push you to a solid XP lead, and I think we're seeing that here with them taking that gate. I mean, I probably won't get too much more than that. It's the first DK, it's minute 3, but it does give him about a level here.
Yeah, which is plenty. I mean, they're at a level and a half, and he's going to get some damage down here on the bottom one as well. He may even get a whole tower. Biceps, not a lot of cooldowns there. He's trying to put as much damage on everything as he can. They get the whole wall bottom as well. They are a level and a half ahead. This is fantastic for them.
Yeah, it really is. Solid early DK. I mean, you can't really ask for too much more than that. You have Sylvanas. I think as this scales later and later, it's just going to be more and more of an issue if it keeps going like that. That said, KT and Li Ming are going to scale very, very strong. So it should be interesting to see how this game develops.
Yes, indeed. And it is 1-1 right now. This is our final game of the night. So whoever wins this is our winner for week 6. We'll be back in 2 weeks with the finals. And it's bound to be a good one from judging this series.
Yeah, just from the series and all night, really. We've had super competitive games, and I think that's what you kind of see finally getting into week 6. Like, everybody kind of refined their play, comes out strong, comes out swinging, so definitely looking forward to that in 2 weeks. We do have Uther in the top lane against Thrall, I guess.
Not a great matchup there, turns out.
No, not ideally what you'd want. I mean, I guess it's something, though. We do have them stealing the Siege Giants down bottom, though. Li Ming and KT make quick work of that, though.
Yeah, well, again, that's one of those things where you don't take it because you know they're going to do work. You take it because you know if shrines start and you start a team fight or something and the other team gets it, it'll do work for them.
Yeah, absolutely. And we do have Percival and Ethics putting a little damage on shot here. Sonya, definitely one of her concerns is that she's super focusable. And
Yeah.
if you understand that and can catch her out. She's kind of one of those falls more in like that, obviously bruiser role, but almost more like melee assassin role, where you want to find your target and pick it and dive on it, unless you have an understanding that when she dives on a target, everybody else will follow and collapse. So be a little difficult to play. Obviously, on a coordinated team, a lot of those concerns are alleviated.
Yes, they definitely are. And like you were saying, she's very easy by herself to get rid of. If nobody's with her and you have 2 or 3 people beating her down, she's probably going down.
Absolutely. Now, as we saw, like as we'll see throughout the game, as she gets stronger and takes more things, she took I'm sorry, what's the name of that one? Ferocious Healing.
Yeah.
So it will and War Pain, and as she gets later and later, she does get more and more sustain.
Sleepy Bear. I don't know if you saw this or not. Sleepy Bear just dodged just about every ability from Insomnia and Biceps. That was incredible.
I can imagine it's incredible because those two are really good. We saw Biceps on a full step, like they land their skill shots. You know, they are super sharp with that with their skill shots and stuff. And now we have another DK opportunity for RFX. We're gonna see if they're able to turn in. And is ETC gonna fall? No, he gets out of there. But Ethics and the Chain Bomb is spreading. Oh, he is so good with that, man.
Yes, he is. And there's a Sunder. Yeah, Li Ming is not getting out of there alive. No, somebody needs to walk back here and just pick up this Dragon Knight so they can push this mid lane with it and get that fort while Li Ming is still down. That's a lot of their damage not up to do anything. And they have Heroics, and Clairvoyance does not. So this could get them quite a bit if they can lock down this fort long enough for Percival to deal all that damage. It looks like they're rotating bottom. They're going to take down Insomnia. Shot comes in. That was on accident. Shot got booted in. I saw her come in, and I was like, oh, she took leap. And then I realized they don't have level 10 yet. What's going on?
So looks like he came down to finish up that bottom fort real quick, and now he's going to come up and finish this one. DK's got a ton of health, and he probably got
only 30 seconds, though.
Yeah, I was going to say, the time might run out before he's dead, but he's going to get this fort, too. So that's really going to solidify this lead. I mean, ETC was top lane soaking. Thrall, I really helped like negate like anything that they might have been able to do bottom lane as far as experience. So really well played by RFX, playing the map and playing the team fights, and slowly making their way back as this DK is going to expire from time, not from health.
Yeah, and that's great. If you can get a full DK like that, you are in a good spot. Shot not in such a good spot right now, but neither is Sleepy Bear. Ethics trying to save her. Man, Battle, I did not even notice ETC going down. Battery just not able to keep up. Insomnia probably going to go down too. No, Divine Shield comes out, saves his life. He is most likely getting away. Nesper could be in trouble. Ethics all over the place with that monk. He is doing fantastic job being where he needs to be to heal everyone.
Yeah, he really is. It's almost like, hey guys, like I can imagine there was a conversation in draft, like, you sure against KT again? That was tricky, right? Nope, I got it this time, and it really shows. I mean, it really does. He's just such an impressive monk player. So, and watching a good monk player is like a real treat. So they got that Siege Giants again. They're going to get their own. It's going to give something for them to deal with in the bottom lane, which is pushed pretty far back now that fort's down. That's something that will progress over the game. You will have a stronger lane pressure as you get a structure advantage, and it's something that needs to be addressed by the team has the structure deficit.
Yeah, Clairvoyance has to worry here because these Siege Giants will show up and deal a lot of damage. Battery and Insomnia down here to take care of it. Meanwhile, Shot and Samoan Chief, okay, Samoan Chief just healing him up and then leaving. While you're a Shot, have a good time.
Yeah, that's us. I mean, Sonya has a lot of that. I mean, you're almost underutilizing Sonya if you're not soloing camps aggressively.
Yes, I agree.
And that's part of the reason that it's so important that RFS feels like, hey, denying this camp is something that, it just denies another objective that would be guaranteed to them because Sonya can just run around the map and camp. And it also gives something to answer. Percival dancing around a little bit with Shot. His drags have been really on point, though. Really fun to watch. Looks like nothing much going to happen. They're kind of dancing around in the bottom there.
Yeah, so RFS walked up and said, hey, we're going to put some damage on your buildings. I hope you don't mind. And then the rest of the team came in to try and do something about it, and nothing got done. In fact, Battery could be in some trouble here. He is going to get a Moss Pit off, but Cleanse just negates that. And the Divine Shield saving his butt. Percival may be able to still get him. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. There's just not enough damage on RFS side from range. Once they get into melee, they're fine, but their range damage is severely lacking. Mainly because Needham is going a melee build pretty much all the way. It's everything melee so far. Go for the throw. I mean, it's complete. Hey, I'm gonna be in your face dealing damage, and that means when they're at range and they can't collapse on somebody, he's not doing a whole lot.
Yeah, and it's definitely an issue with Greymane. I didn't want to call it a curious pick because Greymane still has a lot of strength, but he doesn't have quite the same safety that he used to have. You're kind of forced into that wolf build. Not that it's anything to be taken lightly, man, but ooh, Dahaka caught out a bit here. Is he gonna fall? Oh, yeah. Oh, the palm.
Palm coming in. Seriously, he is just doing so well at keeping people up. He's always where he needs to be. It is phenomenal. They needed a kill there, though. RFS is ahead, but they need to get a little more done here because Shot's going to try and come in, and Sleepy Bear taking that hit immediately.
Yeah, and this is a little bit of the scaling we were talking about. We're watching Clairvoyance put out a lot more damage, a lot more effective damage, a lot more, better focused, I guess, in a lot of ways, or maybe just overall that the AoE is more effective and stuff like that. And so it's definitely going to be interesting to see how this game progresses. RFX does still have a solid 2-level lead, so when they hit 16, I imagine they might be looking for a fight.
Yeah, 16 for them is a huge jump. I mean, for most heroes, honestly, it's a huge jump. It's just kind of the way the game works. But Clairvoyance here invading, taking that siege camp. They're looking to get their own. Nesper's probably in trouble.
Yeah, he goes down. Nice mosh. Isolation was that? Or no, I'm sorry. That was Sylvanas' Wailing Arrow that's on CTC. Percival trying to get out of there. Nope, he's going to fall too.
They need to back off.
Yeah, they need to get out of there as soon as possible. Now, with 2 down on this map, can really
snowball hard. Yes.
Yeah, really result in a DK for the other team. We're going to see if they're able to pull it off in time. Not sure just yet. ETC needing to go top to turn that shrine.
Yeah,
KT defending the bot.
This is going to be a Dragon Knight for them if Insomnia gets on that point. Nope. Oh, my goodness. That was excellent. Insomnia could have kept that for a little bit longer to give them what they needed to get. Samoan Chief probably going down here. No, Biceps and Insomnia are in. Sleepy Bear can't fight them. He needs to get out.
Oh.
Palm going down, and it's going to proc, but I think Sleepy Bear's still in trouble.
Yeah, not enough. He just kind of ended up, they all
How is he still alive? All right, there he goes.
And is RFS going to turn this around for
They absolutely are.
They are. 3 for 1. Is shot going to fall? What's Drag's cooldown, I guess? That's what it...
Yeah, I'm not sure. That's a good question. But Nesper coming in from the other side, just going to root her. She's going down.
Yeah, interesting choice to make the left there after going through the bush on Shot's half. I mean, maybe he kind of felt like I needed to get him away and keep leaning up. Now, what was almost an OBJ for Clairvoyance is definitely going to be an OBJ for Dragon Knight for RFS. With only leaning up, I mean, the others are coming up right about now. We have 5 seconds on ETC now, but I don't think it's going to be enough.
No, this is definitely a Dragon Knight for RFS, and they're going to probably push this mid here. They know they have 5 seconds or so before Sonya's up. They can get at least walls. Don't want to take that free damage from Phoenix, though. Let it burn out, and then walk up.
Yeah, I mean, really...
Is Sylvanas here? There she is. Sleepy Bear coming in on Sylvanas, going to be able to lock down these buildings pretty hard, and it looks like they're going to rotate bottom. Makes sense. These buildings are already more damaged anyway.
Yeah, I mean, really, the Sylvanas with the DK has just been such an issue. I mean, a lot of times you're supposed to play the DK, so you only take 1 tower's damage anyway. It's not an issue when you have Sylvanas. Clairvoyance defending this well, though. That DK took a lot of damage quite quickly. They got the gate, though. Kept them at about a level and a half lead at the moment, so that's important, but they're going to have to back off. Not getting probably as much as they wanted, but being that everybody came up at about then, pushing the keeps is substantially more difficult with the DK, I feel like, than taking the forts are. You have a lot more mobility going between forts and everything, and split push potential, so...
Well, it's a very, very narrow corridor when you get to the keeps. Now, it's not the Bridge of Death there at the top, but it's still bad.
Yeah, no, that's an excellent point. And I think that's part of the benefit that Ethics is kind of having playing Karazim on this map. There's a lot more space, both laterally and yeah, vertically and horizontally to move and maneuver around and with the chain bombs. Whereas Sky Temple kind of puts those team fights right in the temple area usually.
Right.
So we do have an engage coming off around these siege giants.
Yeah, Nesper went down in the back line to biceps though. No, oh god, RFS, this is a problem. They just lost 3 in a very short amount of time. Clairvoyance is going to be able to turn this around and get some damage done, possibly take a whole fort if they want it. Now, luckily, walls are still alive down here. They're going for it. Why not?
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, Clairvoyance needs to prioritize structures at this point. We're at minute 15. We're past the level 16 talent here. I mean, XP tends to start to level off around 20. I mean, RFS's lead might hold them to get it a half a level, maybe a level ahead of them, but it's a gap that tends to close a lot quicker late game. I'm really surprised they went for the gate. It will make it easier if they get a DK, but the timing-wise, I don't think it's going to work out for them. I'm really surprised they didn't push that fort a little more aggressively.
Yeah, I think they probably should have. Maybe they had timed it out and then were wrong. Maybe they want to be at full health and mana when everything comes up. They can just go out and take care of all these camps, get as much map pressure as they can before the DK shows, and that'll help them a lot in this next DK, in this next objective phase where, I mean, they need it. They need it bad. The RFS is almost level 20. The Clairvoyance is not that far behind. They're not doing too bad, but one more DK will guarantee them being caught up, and that's fantastic. And this kill will probably also do it, but Nesper not getting caught out like I thought he would.
No, I think recognizing that he's only got a few of his teammates there, Dahaka's not there, Dahaka's top. This is where we're going to see that mobility come in, although Sonya's coming up, so he might have to defend it or take the option to come down and take a 5v4.
I don't think he didn't see her until it was too late.
Yeah, but I guess him coming bot is going to result in ETC getting beat up there a little bit. Lots of damage coming back the other way. Percival getting out of that Phoenix. Ooh, an Arcane Orb hitting both Dahaka and Ethics for a ton of damage, chunking it nicely. They do have pretty good control down here, I think. We're going to see if they're able to fully defend this because Percival's hearthing, and it looks like Clairvoyant's saying we really want a DK, we need a DK, we need to start taking some structures. Granted, on Dragonshire, if the game goes long enough, you can end the game with one late game DK, you know?
That is true. You absolutely can do that. Because they're able to soak up so much damage, especially if your tank is in there. The DK will soak up all that damage, and then when he pops up, he's a full health warrior.
Yeah, exactly. And minute 25 DK, minute 30, you're talking about like killing forts in a couple hits. And is this going to be another DK for... Oh, it is. It's another DK for RFS. And I'm going to have to say Clairvoyance probably should have pressed that defense quite a bit more. They're going right to the lane that's lacking a gate. They're most likely taking this keep. And it's if they take this keep and get a couple picks, they might end up having a potential opportunity to core here. We're going to see how this plays out here right now, though.
Yeah, Needham, not the best person to be in there once he pops out of the Dragon Knight, though.
Yeah, absolutely, because the Dragon Knight tends to be taking a ton of damage. They do drag Sonya. Not enough damage on her, though. Not really as much value as they wanted. They chunked the keep quite a bit, but didn't really finish it off. Clairvoyance mounting a solid and stout defense here.
Yeah, but no heroics used on the side of RFS yet. They're waiting. They want Clairvoyance to chase, and then they can turn it around and get a 5-man wipe, and that will guarantee them the game, honestly, at this point.
Yeah, I was waiting to see the turn and burn. I'm really surprised we didn't. I mean, Moshpit does add a bit of a threat when you pull that move. ETC's, the power slide alone adds a bit of a threat there.
Especially with Divine Shield on the back of that.
Yeah, and the way they execute it last time, but it looks like they're going to engage over the siege camp again. They like these corridors, these tighter areas to try and engage in rather than the spread out areas. I mean, it's more effective for Chain Bomb, more effective for Orb, obviously more effective for Mosh Pit when there's less room for everybody to be. You'll catch more in general. So they do steal the camp, but it's taken care of quite quickly. They're just kind of dancing around. I mean, Clairvoyance is aware they need to maintain pressure, and the lanes are pushed up. I mean, top lanes pushed up 3/4 of the way to RFS, and the other two are knocking at the forts. That said, it's not going to make a difference if there's, RFS so close to having that keep down and being at the core, whereas all the forts are up. So, It's definitely a tough situation for clairvoyants. I mean, I guess maybe they're trying to play it out. You know, you hit minute 25, the DK will march straight to court through the fort and keep generally. But we'll see.
There's a good chance that this next DK, if RFS can get it, could be game. They need to pick it up, and they also need a kill or two. But that bottom keep is so low. They can march right through it, destroy it in half a second, and then go straight to core.
Yeah, at this point, and that's what's kind of interesting because even though Clairvoyance is maybe trying to stall this out a little bit, they're getting a lot of damage on this keep. The Phoenix is zoning people out.
Nesper just eating those Phoenix shots to make sure that the fort doesn't eat them. Oh, man. Those orbs do so much damage.
Yeah, I've been watching it through the series, man. They've really been like chunking people. So they do get the fort, and that does add a little bit, like, it's important. I mean, they kind of poked that fort down, but it's important because now when you do get a DK, you're knocking at a keep wall rather than having to deal with the fort and take a ton of damage beforehand. So they utilize the Sea Giants there really well. And it looks like, oh, Shot's taking quite a bit of damage in the back line. Lee Ming comes around to flank. Percival popping out of the bush, but getting bursted down early. There goes the Sunder. Ooh, the blink by... Who was that?
I don't know, but Deed's shield going out on Insomnia. He's still very low. If Nesper turns this corner and can get him in a root or something, he's going down. Palm going out on Nesper. KT is going down. Battery wasting mosh pit there. Samoan Chief not looking like he's going to get away either. And Sleepy Bear is being aggressive, jumping up straight to Battery. This is game.
Core, they're going to core. Well, Thrall is... what are they going to do?
Well, Ethics should have taken this DK. They're going to try and get this fort down. They have no reason not to. Sleepy Bear is still there. Shot is most likely going to die here. That's another 60-second cool death timer. Thrall, yeah, they're already calling it. This is GG.
Yeah, I imagined it was. I just wasn't. I kind of expected them all to just group up and go to core themselves without the DK. I mean, I guess that's your insurance policy, though, in the event something happens down there. With the keep down, the DK will march right there and make short work of it at minute 22. GG. Still, though, I mean, as much as it might have felt like, right, I'm pointing out the structures being more effective, like, it's not even really, like, at the end of the game, they had 2 forts down, like, both just overall back and forth, well executed, well played, well thought out. I mean, like, if you want to learn something as an everyday player, these are definitely good games to watch because these guys know exactly what they're doing. And if you feel disconnect watching like some of those super pros play, like this is up there, but you might be able to relate to it a little bit more because this is a tournament you can enter. So these are really, really good games to watch and learn from because these guys just play so well.
Well, some of you can enter. Some of you have played in the qualifiers today and qualified. So you guys maybe don't enter because you'll probably win.
That's true, right?
Yes. So for everyone asking, there's been all sorts of questions in chat tonight. Yes, this is a tournament. We do this every Sunday except holidays, some holidays. We're taking Mother's Day off, but I don't think we took Easter off, so I don't know what holidays we determine or what. It's just kind of look. Selective. Our name is Random Championship Series. We live up mostly to the random part, and the Championship Series shows up whenever it can. All right. So yes, this is a tournament that was a best of 3, and RFS won, so they will be getting the most points out of everyone tonight, and which I'm pretty sure means they are in the finals next week, if my memory serves me. They should be in the top 8 of our people this season. If you guys want to get involved, you can. I'm not sure if we have Season 5 stuff set up yet on Battlefy, but when we do, you can go to battlefy.com/randomcs rather, and search for Nexverse, then space S5, and that will give you Season 5 stuff. There's all sorts of tournaments going on this week. Get involved in all of them if you're an amateur team. If you're a pro team, we love you guys, but save some for the rest of us. I love watching the pro teams. Like Michael Udall is in our chat. Like there's all sorts of pro players in our chat right now, and I love that. I'm so glad you guys came out to support us. Awesome. That is fantastic. But we can't win against you. At least most of us can't win against you. So yeah, that's a thing. One of these teams might be able to. The way they played, that was fantastic. But yes, there's Heroes Hype on Wednesday. On Thursday, there's NexARAMas. That's all ARAM. And honestly, anyone can join that one. If you're a pro team, great. Come join us. That one, it's a lot of fun. It's all ARAM, it's all random, all mid. You pick the auto select guy, and we play it on Lost Cavern. That's it. That's what it comes down to. It is fantastic. It is so much fun. So definitely come join us for that one. On Friday is Divergent Gaming, another amateur series. On Saturday is Rockjaw's Nova Storm tournament. They're new to the scene. They're starting on Saturdays, and then on Sundays is us. And then starting shortly on Tuesdays is going to be Sweet Synergy again, and it's amazing. Everyone is awesome. The whole community gets together to do stuff. We're all talking behind the scenes. Even, I mean, Artemis has been in chat. I think she's involved in just about every tournament. I think most tournaments she's involved in. I'm involved in every tournament. I run casters for every amateur tournament in North America right now. So if you're ever interested in casting, get a hold of me. You can find me at Captain Cardone. It's down there. Just send me a message, send me a tweet. We'll talk. We'll see what's going on. So definitely come check me out. Go check Romo out at DC Romo on Twitter. You got anything to plug there, buddy?
Nah, bro, you nailed it, man. You really did. Like, and props to everybody that puts us together. Like I said, like earlier, I opened the cast saying we're just the face of it, and we really are. There's so much that goes on behind the scenes. So much great players that dedicate their time, like 4, 5, 6 nights a week to practice, to put games on like that. So, I'm really just grateful to be here and being able to cast such competitive games. I mean, tonight, just throughout it, every round, really, really solid play by everybody, and that last series was really something else. So, just glad to be here, man. Enjoying myself. Thank you.
Good. Yeah, I'm seeing a couple more questions. Everyone that isn't a pro player, and pro player, I think we have a write-up for that somewhere. But basically, if you're going to BlizzCon, if you're going to DreamHack to play, if you're going to one of those things, you're a pro player. I'm sorry, like that's. But everyone else is invited to play in our tournaments, and everybody is invited to play in ARAM. And if that's not right, it's right now.
It's at least this week. Since
this week everyone's invited. So come check it out. It's a lot of fun. We love having these tournaments for everybody. And please keep supporting the amateur team scene, because some of these teams are fantastic. RFS and Clairvoyance there did a great job in this last series. It's so much fun to watch them play against each other. And we'll have our finals in 2 weeks. Same time, starts at 7 p.m. Central. In 2 weeks, we'll be right here doing our finals. Come check it out. It's loads of fun. The winning team gets like $300 and the losing team, or the second place team, gets $130 right now. And you can help out by going to Matcherino. And we're up to $144 altogether there. It's fantastic. You guys have been great. Thank you so much for coming out. I'm going to go so that I can go get food, because I didn't eat before this, and that was a mistake. Yeah. Whoops. Come check it out. Random CS, randomcs.com. You can find us on Battlefy. If you have any questions, feel free to contact me. I'm happy to answer anything you guys have. Go check out Romo at DC Romo. And we'll see you guys all next time.
We're married. like Harker dung. Balmora blue tastes great.